tool set just for you. In this larger set, we have provided more tools to help you develop your jewellery making skills even further. The kit includes wire cutters, a bead reamer with replacement tips, an awl, tweezers with a scoop, a sliding gauge, a snip, and all the essential pliers you will need. All of this is yours for just $15.95, neatly presented in a carrying case with an embossed JewelleryMaker logo. Stay tuned for more advice, tutorials and demonstrations of jewellery making. We provide the tools, you provide the skill.
You can now keep in touch by following JewelleryMaker on Twitter. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
I pressed the... Hello, I've accidentally pressed the ejector seat button. I can't wipe this. There was a slight tragedy. Why is there a chair with 6 levers? I don't know. Sarah, can you explain this?
I've no idea. I've gone for the basic model with no levers.
Well, that's a bit posh, Sarah.
I know.
Let's have a look. Then we can start the show, can't we? Why is there this many? I don't know why. I'll tell you what, just get lost. Stupid chair. Sorry about that. I sat down in the chair and I thought Carol's taller than me, so I pressed a button and it literally ejected me out of the seat. Only Carol can operate that. How are you, jewellery makers? I hope you're all right. You are watching Designer Inspiration. I'm Jenny Cleary, well, I was a minute ago. And I'm joined by the lovely Sara Elvin today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I know that I was thinking, is it morning, is it afternoon?
You had to prolong it there to see. It felt like afternoon, but no, it is the afternoon.
It is.
It is. Felt like the evening after that traffic, Sarah.
It did.
Now, I've learned how to do Kumihimo on Christmas Day.
Did you?
Finally.
Hooray!
Hooray!
It's not difficult, is it?
Of all days, why you're not at work, why don't you do something that you do at work? So I'm quite excited, but I've never used paracord before ever, and we've got some today.
I know, and what an amazing bundle of paracord that is. It's just
I'm going to be relying on your brain for that one, because I've never used it before. I think we're going to give you that for your challenge, are we?
I have been given it, but I've also been given something else as well.
Well, something very... Oh, look, you got those! We have got the best pearls ever. They are, well, they're not really a considered purchase, considering what you're getting. I mean, I'd have said that £90 for these would be all right. They're going way below that, but look at them. Are you in love with the Tahitian pearl?
Do you know, they almost didn't come into the studio. I was just going to sort of try and hide those away because they're just beautiful, aren't they?
I love them, Sarah, more than I can tell you. They are the roundest, most gorgeous colour. The depth is amazing. Love them. Absolutely delighted with these.
If you love pearls, you have to have these.
You have to be. You have to. We're going to start with these, Philippe. No, we're not, he says. We're going to do something else. We're going to start with tanzanite. That's how the day's panning out today. We've only got 5 of these. 100. How about owning? And it's the same, really, I think, perhaps better than saying, do you want 100 carats of diamonds? Who's going to say no? Do you want 100 carats of tanzanite at a decent price tag? More than a decent price tag. Would you like to get what they are saying is one of the most exclusive gemstones in the world? Can you actually believe what you're seeing? The perfect rounds of tanzanite. Look at that blue, 100 carats. Now, if you've clicked and liked Steve Bennett, who is our founder, if you've clicked and liked his page on Facebook, you'll know that he recently put a post on Facebook saying it's a sad day for tanzanite lovers because he went to the mine, he went to visit to go and get his tanzanite, our tanzanite for the shows, and there was none. The cupboard was bare. We've only got 5 of these left. I've read that as a 2 then, I am sorry. We've only got 5 of these left. You're going to have to be quick. Now, could you consider this an investment? If you believe that buying something that it has now pretty much depleted, that you probably won't be able to get next year, is an investment, then yes. Yes, I have been attacked by my cat. Last night in the middle of my sleeping hours. I'll talk to you a little bit like that. UIP, this is why I like the cat, actually. The unpredictability of a cat. Did I just make a word up? Unpredictability. I like the way I said it. The unpredictability of a cat. Be quick on this one. My cat also got in the bath with me yesterday, which was weird. 4 chances. She just leapt on in. And at only £69.95 for one of December's birth gemstones, for perhaps the most exclusive gemstone of all time, said to be 1,000 times rarer than a diamond. We've only got 3 of these left. These will sell out today. Discovered in just 1967, so actually quite a new gemstone in terms of gemology. Yet slipping out of our clutches, slipping out of our grasp, because every day that goes by, it depletes each time. There is no jewellery quality tanzanite coming out of that mine at the moment. Steve Bennett was over there just last week and he confirmed this on his Facebook. You can have a look at that. UIP 029. Looks like those have gone. Can I show you something first, Philip? My son has put some photographs in my bag today, and I just went to do my makeup and I said to Vicky Field, who's starting here, who's hilarious, by the way, you're going to love her, I said, look what my son's put in, and it's a picture of me when I was the same age as him at the time. I think we're both about 5, and I'm going to show you what I looked like when I was 5, and you're going to laugh. Look at this. But look at my son, and look how similar we are. Do you not think that's a little bit insane? Like, he doesn't look like this now. This is him when he was about 5. Mad. We're the same child. Do we look the same, or is it just me?
No, you do look very, very similar.
Weird, isn't it?
Well, I sent a friend of mine some baby photos of both my boys and myself, all on the same sort of, a quick message. And she said, oh, is that Vincent? I was like, there's one of me, one of Daniel, and one of Vincent. And she said, you all look so similar, apart from the hair colour. But Daniel's slightly blonder than Vincent and I were at that age. But that's it.
I don't look anything like Mia, you see, but I do look like Max. It's funny, isn't it? I thought that was really cute. Oh, look at my little prince. Look, he is similar to his old ma, isn't he? Oh, he's doomed. Absolutely doomed. No. Let's give to you. Which rose quartz should we do? Oh, and that comes with the wires. Yes, it does, doesn't it? I remember we did discuss that earlier. Now, I have... I was attacked by my cat in the middle of the night, so I'm sorry about the scratches. She just was getting bored. You know, we were all asleep. She didn't have anything else to do. Look at that colour. And this is Madagascan rose quartz. Now, by a reputation, Madagascan rose quartz is the best. And I can see why, because it's got like a bluey tint to it. Do you see what I mean? I don't mean look at that, doesn't it look blue? Because it obviously looks pink. It doesn't look blue at all. But if you put it next to another kind of pink, you'll see that actually the tones are moving more. Whereas a lot of pinks sort of move towards peaches. Do you see what I mean? So you've got a really gorgeous tone. Look at that glow. Now, we don't see, and I'll show you by another example. I love this shape. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love this strand. But can you see the glow? You don't get the glow because it's not cut that way. Now, these are exceptional. These are Madagascan rose quartz. Rose quartz is, of course, a gemstone that we associate with everlasting friendship. Beautiful, isn't it? You've also got the wire. I just said that and then I forgot about it all over again. Oh dear. Now, you're getting 0.6 wire, 0.4 wire, and 0.8 wire. And you should be paying £21.30, but today you're not. I don't know why I'm talking like I'm from the 1940s, but I am. UFG C35 is your item code. 90 carats in the rondelles, and the glow is absolutely sublime. All of this. Now try and find actually a strand of rose quartz at £12.95 firstly. I think you will struggle. I do. At £12.95 you have got such phenomenal, fantastic value. UFG C35, your pink princess. You've got, now this is the same pink that Alison Tarry used for the pink bouquet. Booty, sorry, not bouquet. And this is the same pink that we see Caron using often. You can do loads with this as well, because you've got your backbone, you've got your 0.8, you've got your 0.6, so you can make your findings. You could do a little bit of wire wrapping with that. 0.4 is brilliant for wire wrapping with 2. You could do loads, you could even do some wire work Kumihimo with the 0.4. We got the Kumihimo disc coming up for you today. Noala, Lisa, Francesca, JewelleryMaker in Merseyside, Fiona of Hertfordshire, Katie of Yorkshire, and Abigail of Greater Manchester. I keep slipping into 1940s, Jenny. £12.95 UFG. See, I wouldn't have gone down well in the 1940s, would I? C35. Now you do get a 30-day money-back guarantee, but what's Sarah Elvin thinking that she might do with these? I went a little bit Scottish on the end there.
I just love those. I think I'd keep it really simple and maybe just use one other tone with that strand. Maybe I would actually put it with those pearls that we go. Just put one in the middle, those Tahitian coloured pearls. So I would think they would just look amazing.
Well, let's see about that, Sarah Elvin.
Just one single one of those on a neckline piece. That is the focal, the quartz, rose quartz around the side, and just amazing. Just absolutely would look amazing.
Would be.
Keep it very, very simple. I want those gemstones to shine. I don't want them to be hidden underneath things. So I would probably, if I was going to do wire work, have the wire work separate rather than around the gemstone, actually have it as a separate piece in the neckline. If I was going to use lots of chain, again, have the neckline piece with the chain underneath to keep it really separate, to keep that design, keep those gemstones shining through. Absolutely gorgeous example of rose quartz. So loads of you have got this, and of course you get the wire with it too. Thank you so much to those that have got theirs. Now, I'm going to give to you some sterling silver earring findings. I don't like, for some reason I don't like saying ear wires, because it reminds me of earwigs. Yes. I'm not going to say ear wires then. Do you know what I mean? The way it rolls off the tongue is a bit earwiggy. Saying ear wires, so I'm going to call them earring findings, if that's okay with everybody. Is everyone all right with that? Are you all right with that, yeah? They are responding not. Now, have a look at these. They are rather fancy indeed.
What a lovely embellishment that is. Do you know what it's reminding me of? A Chinese dragon? The face on a Chinese dragon? Or is that just me? Sort of get, but also a little bit butterfly-esque. These are very pretty on their own, actually. These would be nice as earrings in their own right, Sarah, wouldn't they?
They would. Also, if you wanted to, I know a lot of people wouldn't want to do this, but I would be looking at just taking that section off and using it as a focal point, maybe in a bracelet or a neckline piece, using it as a connector. So you can do lots with them. So
you could actually do that. Yeah. Or you could use the two as earrings, and then you've got another pair, so you could take one off and make a matching pendant.
Yes.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Thinking about that, do you think these would be too big to go on there? I actually don't think they would, just one.
Because pearls are because they're all such an organic material, they're light anyway, so you don't have to worry about the size creating heaviness in the ear. But I think they would just look beautiful, and because you've got all that silver work, it balances it, a larger gemstone. I
think that would look absolutely gorgeous. And seeing as though you do have these Tahitian pearls, you will be making me something, won't you?
I will.
Of course.
Of course.
I love these, Sarah.
Oh,
and I am going out for the weekend.
Ooh.
Now, these earring findings, you get 2 pairs. How much would you pay if they were just, if these were the finished earring per pair? £15 perhaps? Pair of solid sterling silver earrings, or silver all the way through? Because you could wear those straight up as earrings, couldn't you? Yeah. You could use it as a charm, like Sarah just said. BSR F68 for all 4 of these. So for 2 pairs, you're paying £9.95. Incredible value. Under £10. Sarah, could I make a profit off these if I was going to sell them on?
Certainly can. I sell even my sterling silver earrings that have just a single gemstone on, no extra silver work in there, and they start at £10. So because you've got that extra silver in there, you're automatically, that price has gone straight up to sort of £15–20 for a pair of earrings because of this extra sterling silver that's in there.
And there is a lot of sterling silver in here, by the way. You've got 1.5 grams, which is a lot for earrings.
It is a lot for earrings.
And for under £10, great value. BSR F68. You do need to check out your baskets, or you're going to miss out on those. They're really busy. Let's have a look. Phil's telling me that I've got loads of oh gosh, yeah. Loads of you with unchecked baskets. Already confirmed is Nanetta, Sharon, JewelleryMaker in Kent, Carmel. Sue, you've got 2. Cheryl, you've got yours. Sally, you've got yours. Needing to check out Angela, Lorraine, Natasha, Stella, JewelleryMaker in Merseyside, Jan, JewelleryMaker in West Yorkshire, Jane, Yvonne, Lorraine. You've got to check out your baskets. JewelleryMaker in Essex has just confirmed 2. Angela's confirmed hers. Rosemarie has confirmed hers. JewelleryMaker in Derbyshire. Angela, you've got yours. Lisa's joined us. You've got to check out your baskets. And Kathleen in Lancashire, you've got to check out your basket too. Deborah, you've got to check yours out. Cheryl, you've got to check yours out. My lover. Now, paracord. That's what we're going to do now. oh, you shouldn't laugh at your own jokes, that's for sure. Now, I'm going to give you... Now, I've got no clue what to do with this. So, although, do you know what? I am quite a horsey person. I do look like a horse as well. So I would want to... What am I on about? You could actually make... Oh, do you wonder where this is going? Is that what you mean? Well, you could make a lead rope with this.
You could.
You could if you... But that's not what you're going to buy it for, I expect. Or a dog lead or something like that. But there could be so much more to paracord. What is it?
It comes from, as it sounds, it typically was a cord that would be used for parachutes.
So it's really strong, Sarah?
Incredibly strong. It's got an outer coating, which is the colour you see, but inside there is also individually stranded cord, which makes it incredibly strong.
Wow.
I think there's 5 or 6 internal cords, which are twisted nylon cords inside, which means that that's an incredibly strong cord. the way that paracords come into jewellery is through the sort of survival bracelet type route, which is where the bracelets are made with a single length of paracord, which means that if you need an emergency cord for anything and you're absolutely in the back of beyond, so a tent rope goes or something like that, you need a spare cord, you can unravel the bracelet and have a full length of paracord.
Wow! Like the Indiana Jones of jewellery making, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I love this.
But also you can do so many different things with it. I mean, I've deconstructed the cord itself and taken the centre part of the cord out and just used the outer part of the cord.
Well,
which
I
gives
hope you
you
don't get short without a paracord lead then.
I know. But you know, you can do so many different things with it. You can make very feminine pieces, you can make very masculine pieces, you can make sort of really functional pieces as well, whether you want to make things like light switch cord bottoms, you know, so you ka-ching, yeah, so you can turn your light switch on in your bathroom with a decorative cord. You can make things to go over your water bottle, a surround to go over your water bottle with a paracord.
How cool!
So you can make so many different things with it. So there are
hard wearing, isn't it? Obviously.
Yeah, hard wearing, incredibly strong, but very, very, very easy to use.
So you get 16 foot.
Yes.
Now that's quite a lot, isn't it? 16 foot. That's about 3 people.
It is, but with paracord, because you've got a larger diameter of cord, it does, when you're doing things like if you're doing the square knots, such as the standard Macrame square knots, it does eat the cord quite a lot quicker than a smaller gauge cord, such as a satin cord. But normally, you know, for a lot of things, you will just use a whole thing in one go. But if you're doing a dual colour one, you probably would use half of one and half of another, which you can join together. You can actually join these different colours together. If
I were a jewellery making dog owner, I might want to macrame myself a dog lead, which would be thick and strong, and a paracord. I need it for that.
You do. You need it for your decorative items, you need it for your jewellery items, you need it for your children. My children keep nicking my paracord from me. Anything I make in paracord is very quickly taken. So, you know, the children love it. They can do the braids with it as well very quickly, and they can get hold of it very easily. It's very versatile. I just love it.
You've got so many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different colours. Here they all are. £15.50. Loads of you. Was it 60p? Oh, are you going down, are you, Phil? I don't know how expensive this is. I want to make a dog lead so badly. Imagine making a macrame dog or a Kumihimo dog lead, because it's still cylindrical. I want to make a lead rope. It's happening. £9.95. I'm going to make a lead rope for the horses out of Kumihimo because it'll come out tubular. I realise I'm speaking quite fast, but I'm quite excited about this. £9. I did go a little bit. Only dogs could hear me. Only my animals could communicate with me then.
You could do
PXG C72, £9.95. I met someone as weird as me at my son's football the other day, and he said to Mia, "Oh, so you want to be a vet, do you?" I used to think I could speak to cats. And Mia went, "Okay." He went, No, I believed it till I was about 20. And I was like, okay, I really like that guy. He was just like totally normal to me. PXG C72. I was like, I do that, but with furniture. £9.95, 0800 644 655. Loads of you there, and it's wonderful to see you. What are you going to use yours for? John and Penelope in County Cork, what are you going to be using yours for? Jeanette, maybe tying up my Uncle Paul Cleary, who also lives in Cork. Janet, you've got yours. Don't do that, he's feisty. Philip, Vicky, Linda, you've got yours. Jeanette in Devon, you've got yours. Anne, you've got yours. Gosh, there's so many of you there. Eunice, you've got yours. Karen, Lisa, Pat, Linda, Vicky, Philip, Layla. Anne, you've got yours. Melanie, spelt with an I. I've never seen that, Melanie. Cheryl, Joanne, Ninetta. Richard has 2. Richard, what are you going to do with yours? Linda in Gloucestershire, what are you going to do with yours? What are you going to do with yours? Strengthening tables. What are you talking? Oh, cables, does he? Don't actually use this if you are going to jump out of a plane, though, no? No. Is that not what it's short for? Paracord.
You need the rest of the parachute, though.
You do need the rest of it, yes. I realised there was a flaw in my plan. Yeah, a flaw I hit sooner than I realised. PXG C72. I couldn't do that, I don't think. Oh, maybe I could, actually. I think I might have done, no, I haven't done it. I've done that bungee thing. Ooh. I can't really, do you know, it was bad though, because it was in the years where you could just jump off things as long as you had a rope attached to your legs. When it first started as a craze, completely before health and safety stepped in and went, you're all going to kill yourselves. We were on holiday on one of those awful 18 to 30s things. I do believe I'd had one or several hundred mocky tails. And there I was at the top of a crane. Didn't know how I got there, but I was being told to jump. I did it. I remember the feeling of, no! And that's it. That's bad, isn't it? I'm never letting my children ever go on holiday. £9.95. What was my mum thinking? I think I was like 20 at the time, though. Ah, you're all there. Don't you think it's bad that we used to be able to do that? And banana boats. Do they still let you do banana boats?
Yeah, they still have them.
Well, I remember going on one where I was in a ring and I fell out of it, and they were gone for ages before they realised I'd fallen out. They had to come all the way back for me. My friend couldn't talk because she was laughing too much. Good job I was a strong county swimmer, wasn't it? I counted these shoulders. Now, I'm going to give you... Should we do the pearls, Phil? Because these are so pretty. I've got a lovely bracelet. Who's this done by? Sara, also known as Shira. That's very pretty. Have a look. Shira. Let's have a look. Oh, isn't that so pretty? That would be a lovely christening bracelet, wouldn't it? I think that's gorgeous. I'm going to give you some cranberry pearls. Cranberry. I don't know why you've got to sound like an old Cockney gangster when you say cranberry. Give me some cranberries, will you, sweetheart? Now, what colour? Actually, I'd say they're more sort of Marilyn Monroe red, aren't they? Actually, these they're a bit Some Like It Hot. Look at the pink rice pearls. Aren't they gorgeous? And I love that pink. They're going to go very, very nicely with your tanzanite, those pink pearls. Look at that. What a pretty combination.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
It is.
Now, I'm going to give you 2 strands of fresh water pearls. If you're thinking of investing, if you consider it an investment, in those big beauties that look like Tahitian pearls, then perhaps you're in a bit of a pearl mood. Pop these in your basket. We're going to give you such a great price tag. They are, of course, always associated with that innocence, that grace, that unspoken sophistication, unspoken status that you automatically get with a pearl. They are June's birth gemstone, and you know what? I think no matter who you are, if you wear them, you instantly look classy. And an unbelievable price tag of £8.95. Can you afford to not get these? Are you shopping with us today thinking, right, okay, I've got to stock up, I've got loads of things that I've got to make over the Easter period. What pretty colours these are for Easter. What are they going to go with? Are they going to be earrings? Are they going to be necklaces? Are they going to be bracelets? Because you could do anything with these. They're beautiful in loops. Now, we are really busy for this one. There is a queue on the phone lines. Please bear with it. It is a free phone number if you're dialing from a UK landline. The code that you need is HTGC95. Don't forget to text us in today. We do love your texts. I've got no developments on the Kim and Phil, or Kill as we're calling them, in the building. That's your name combined. Or Fim. We'll call you Fim then. Fimberly. Fimberly. I like that, yeah. Laughing at my own jokes again. £8.95 for 2 strands. Incredible. Penny and Jill. For your... If me and you had kids, we could call them Penny and Jill. I've already had 2 though. My womb's full up. £8.95 HTG. I mean, says no room at the inn. I'm going to leave that one right where it was. Veronica, Linda, Joanne, Lisa, Susan, you've got 2. Deirdre, Wendy, Anthony, Judith, Tamsin, Natasha, Deborah, you've got yours. HTG C95. Kim's got a vacancy sign up there. You could go and visit her. £8.95. 0800 644 655 is the number to be. Hang on a minute. Stop everything. Mateo's back. I'm just like, yeah, hi, Mateo. I forgot that I missed you. How could I forget that I missed you? Are you feeling better? Should I not ask? What was wrong with you? Oh, it was your asthma. Are you all right? Are you okay? Is it because you've been lugging heavy equipment and hanging around with a lot of people who smoke? You don't smoke though, sugar. You don't. Good, because don't make me have to keep checking up on you. It is the non-smoking shift side, isn't it? Does everybody on the other side? Oh, they do, don't they? Ah, so they do. Aye. Now, we have got... I've just purchased for my friend Leanne lots of garnet because it's her birthday on Sunday. And I got her a garnet ring and some matching garnet earrings. And she actually didn't know what garnet was, which is funny. Because it's her birth gemstone. She's not really... She loves jewellery and stuff. But I suppose she's just a horsey girl. I don't know. She just didn't know what her birth gemstone was, which was quite a shock to me, actually.
I don't think I knew what mine was until I was much sort of older.
Well, she's going to be 35.
Oh, right, okay.
She ain't no spring chicken.
Yeah. It's just something I probably wasn't that sort of keyed into until I was a little bit older, but I was probably sort of late 20s before I probably knew mine.
Funny, isn't it?
Yeah. Some people are just really sort of into that sort of side of things, and other people aren't, I suppose.
I think it's funny that we presume, though, as well. Like, I presume she would know it.
I
She's
also...
like, well, I don't know, what is it, Jenny? And I went, it's garnet. She went, oh, I thought it was amethyst. I said, no. She went, oh, I don't know. And I think I saw everyone knew that. It's funny, it's like I think everyone knows their own star sign, and of course you come across people who don't.
Yeah, and also you get people who probably aren't as sort of in love with their birth gemstone as other gemstones. Because mine's emerald, and although I like them...
I love emerald. Not your favourite?
Not my favourite. I like them with other things, but on their own, I don't know, they just sort of... Yeah.
See, I would be happy with an emerald as mine.
I've grown to like them a lot more than when I first found out that was my birth gemstone.
I think they're more special.
Yeah.
I think they give you luck and protection if you wear your birth gemstone. Now, that in mind, I'm going to give you garnet. That's just my opinion. Do not take my word as gospel. So I'm still trying to work life out all by myself. Now, you have got 4 gorgeous strands. You have got the Orissa garnet, and you've got the red garnet. Beautiful, deep reds, all 100% natural. The Orissa garnet is giving you more of a colour than... Well, no, actually, that's a wrong way of describing it, because they're both giving you colour. It's giving you a lighter tone to the colour. Let me show you the difference between the Orissa and the red. So this is Orissa garnet. So this one has more of a strawberry jam clarity to it, doesn't it? Whereas the red garnet is more of a claret colour. Do you see what I mean? You see the depth? Actually, you can see it there, can't you? Isn't that lovely? Beautiful examples, aren't they? You're getting 4 strands for the most ridiculous price ever. £7.95. Is that £2 each? Yes, it is. I did a math, and they're double strands, which is crazy. ZPG C75. Loads of you there. I'm just having a look at Tracy on her silver clay workshop. They're all waving. So Tom thought I'd got some sort of thing going on, but I was waving at everybody up there. Yeah, come down. Yeah. Michelle, hi Michelle. Wow, how did you guys not know your birthstones until later in life? I'm 20 and I've known my birthstone is ruby since I was like 5. Duh. Yeah, I know. I was the same, Michelle. When in July is your birthday, please? Would like to know. Because I also bought some rubies for my Chloe last week, and I bought Mia a peridot, and they're wearing them at school and flashing off their little gems. And we got another one from Joanne. Hey, loving the show as usual. I have watched you for a long time, although I branched out from Gems TV. But I was wondering if you could recommend all the things I'd need to start making my jewellery instead of just buying too much. Thanks, Jo. Okay, so let's see. It depends what sort of jewellery making you want to do.
Yeah.
I would recommend getting, the kits are great because they've got so much in them. But essentially I would get, obviously, elastics, big rounds because they're easy. Findings, get some findings. You can't do much without findings. And then when you see strands like this, get them. Get some memory wire as well, because that's really easy. And a toolkit. Get a toolkit. You can't do much without a toolkit, actually, Sarah.
No, the things I would buy personally are toolkit straight away, because you can't do anything without your tools. A bead tray, save you chasing them all around your table.
Yes, and they're available on our website.
Yeah, and they allow you to create your designs on there. And then from there, I would probably invest in a few kits and have a look at the designs those kits were made with. So if you've bought them either off the morning or the DI show, have a look at the designs that were made and feel free to copy our designs. That's what we're here for. And just start with the basics. Start making earrings and your stretchy bracelets, maybe some rosary link type styles and things like that. Just those, start simple.
Yeah.
And learn your techniques well. So with making loops, making wrapped loops, using crimp beads properly, putting crimp covers on properly. Learn those techniques because they are the cornerstone of jewellery making. They are the things we use as jewellery designers day in, day out.
Yeah. Or you could get booked in on our Getting Started workshop.
Definitely, yeah.
Which is brilliant. Beading Basics workshop. Or you can get our Beading Basics DVD as well. But you know, you get that free DVD. So if you haven't got that, if you didn't manage to get it, then if you just ring the call centre and say, look, I didn't get it, please send it to me. They will look up your past orders and they will send it to you for free. I hope that's answered your question. But what a deal, everyone. It does look like that's now gone limited. Did I just see somebody from Turkey, or did I make that up in my own head? No, I must have made it up. I can't see them now. I thought I saw someone from Turkey. It's like, oh, Turkey. Now, it is time for our first visit to Lady Elvin's house. It's Designer Inspiration. And you know what, actually, having said all those things that Sarah and I were just saying, this kit's perfect because it's got all of the findings in with it. Have you got chariot, darlings? Oh, darling. You don't see that very often. Oh, I say. I love it. What a colour. Does it remind you of dried flowers? You know, when you get potpourri and the little purple ones, they're all like papery looking.
Definitely. They're almost like a lavender flower, aren't they? But dry.
They're really pretty.
Yes. My son came over and he went, "Oh, Mum, that's your favourite gemstone. That's amethyst." And I went, "No, it's not." I said, "Look at it. It looks different to an amethyst." And he's like, "Oh yes, it's got all those different markings coming through, but it's got the similar sort of tones in there, but it's just got a completely different vibe from having those markings coming through."
Kind of milkier tones,
yes.
if I can say that.
I suppose the way I said it to him was, it was like lapis lazuli and sodalite, similar tone but completely different gemstones.
Yeah.
Because you've got that blue coming through, but you've got, with the sodalite, you've got the whites coming through, the milkier tones coming through, and then you've got the sort of deeper, darker with the lapis.
So pretty. It reminds me of pressed flowers.
Yeah.
And then you've got these gorgeous, gorgeous carnelians. It's agate, isn't it, actually? Yeah, I did think that. Is that carnelian or agate, as I was saying it? And what a pendant! Oh, I love that. Lovely shape. Now, as it's Sarah Elvin, we must put some cord in there, and that's a lovely colour. It's like fire and earth, this kit, isn't it?
It is. It just works so beautifully together. I love the colour tones.
I love the kit. Then I'm going to give you some satin cord in the purple. Now this goes very well. Did Hannah Osborne do this kit? It's like, it's Hannah's colours, isn't it? 0.8 wire. And you are also getting your beading thread, your elastic, and your monofilament. Let's move that out of the way for you. But that's not all you're getting. You get a metre of chain because you're getting a findings pack with the double C curves. Have a look at what you're getting. All of these. You get 118 findings. So you're getting 2 gemstone strands, 2 cord strands, beading thread, monofilament, elastic, 0.8 wire, and a Marquise cab. All for a wonderful price tag. You should be paying $37.60. That's your basket price tag. If you would, what a lovely combination of colours.
I couldn't. It's just such a happy combination. When I got this and I opened it and I just looked and went, how vibrant, how happy, how joyful.
Love it. Yeah, I love it. You got those spacers. Oh, I love this. I'm delighted with these colours actually. Now we're going to give you a wonderful, I did mess them up a bit there, they were all neat and tidy. I have to look at things and they fall into a big mess. QWGC29, it's all yours and it's only £23.95 is this kit. Do grab it quickly though because we don't have loads of these in stock. This is a limited offer for you. Big saving. Now we are going to go on over to Lady McElvin and we are going to, my son's filled my bag with loads of weird photographs. He's a funny boy. Oh. They are funny, our kids, aren't they?
They are. Boys are sometimes just do the strangest things. You don't quite understand what they're doing.
They're not. Listen, girls are just as weird.
Are they? I've only got boys. So.
Sensibly weird daughters are, if that can be a thing. Now, I just love this. What you've done with the pendant is gorgeous. Now, because the cord is thicker in the wax cord, it comes out looking more substantial.
Yeah,
it's almost like you've laced around it. Have a look, or it's like corseting at the back of a corset.
It is, yes.
I really like that. Is that a particular form of macrame that you've done there? Because you're crossing over.
It's just vertical half hitches, or vertical lark's head knots actually, because they're going in that direction, and they're just crossing through the chain, which allows you to keep that neat crisscross pattern along the side. I quite like having the chain in there, having that little bit of metallic feel to it, and then just doing some open I've just forgotten the words now, square knots up the neckline and allowing those gems just to dangle off there. Just lovely.
Yeah, they are. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Really, really pretty. I love that. And actually letting those little charms come off gives it more of an ethnic feel.
It does, yes.
I love that. And then have a look at the bracelet. Very pretty combination of colours. And actually very, very fitting to the season, I think. Moving now from frostier climates into those well, I say warmer, it isn't really, but I mean the days are brighter.
Yes.
We're not having a lot of rain or anything like that so much at the moment. It's kind of mild. We're having a mild winter.
It has been quite mild. Well, it has been certainly where I am. We haven't even had
a
snowflake, let alone anything else. We've not had those we've only had a couple of really, really hard frosts where you've had to go out and sort of scrape the car in the morning.
Yeah, I know. I mean, normally we'd have had them every day. This morning, and I thought that, gosh, we're much milder. I haven't had to kick in a water bucket yet.
Yeah, well, there you go.
So it's all
Must be
dry
good.
feet, it's all good. So look at this. I love that. That's got character, loads of organic feel to it as well. Look at that. It's like a work of art. That makes me happy actually. I'm pleased with that, Sarah, because it's kind of, it's beautiful and it's formed, but it's also crazy, and that's why I like it.
I like it because it goes in its own direction, and every single one of these you make will be slightly different. You can control the shape it's going to come out, but as to where all the little tendrils and all the little connectors are going to sit is going to be completely unique each time, and I'm going to show you how to make that piece.
Oh, lovely. Well, then let's saunter across the others. Very contemporary piece actually here, and one that you wouldn't I don't think you'd be surprised if you saw this somewhere like in a Norfolk boutique or seaside boutique, where they've got like the little art galleries that go on there and do a little bit of jewellery. It's kind of reminiscent of that for me. And then I love the earrings as well because, again, they're a bit higgledy-piggledy, but they're also, actually, when you look at them...
Yes.
Sorry, I was actually talking about the other ones, but looking at those, I love the flowers that you've done.
They're so simple to make as well. So they're a really great connector, whether you want to use it in a bracelet or whether you want to use them in earrings. They're a really great connector.
And then let's now go to the ones that I was talking about that are sort of higgledy-piggledy, but actually They do want to behave themselves, really. Look.
They do. They do.
They do, they do. So, Sarah, we're going to be creating this gorgeous piece here.
We are. And I'm bringing you a slightly different braiding technique.
Oh, good.
So this isn't Kumihimo that's on the neckline of this piece. This is something called loop braiding.
Oh. How do I do it? Do I do it with my macrame board?
No, you do it on your fingers. The only thing you need are fingers.
I want to learn this.
So,
because my niece will want to do this with me. So
yes.
can you cut me some too?
Yes, definitely.
Please. Sorry, what bad manners.
That's okay. Let me give you some
Demanding
cords.
things from you.
So
how much do I need then?
To make a neckline piece, you'll probably want slightly longer than what I've got here, and you need 4 pieces.
4 of each colour, or
two
just
of each
2
colour.
of each colour?
Yeah, and at the moment I've got about an arm's length. So you'd probably want a little bit more than that for a neckline piece. And I always say, if you make more braid than you need, you can always do exactly the same as you can do with a Kumihimo. You can nip it in, do a little bit of a bind on there, and then you can cut it. So if you make a metre of this, you don't just think, oh, well, I only need a little bit for my neckline piece. Just keep the rest and you can cut it up later.
Like Kumihimo, will it stretch?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Not particularly.
Wanted to ask that, because you know
Yes.
Kumihimo sometimes you think, oh, it's all right, it'll fix. I can pull it.
You can
and
pull
it'll
it a
stretch.
little bit. Yeah, it has that elasticity depending on how tight you've done your Kumihimo. You sometimes get more elasticity in a piece than others, and it's always worthwhile with any braiding to have a little pull on it just to see if it has got that elasticity, because the last thing you want to do is to make a neckline piece, put a heavy pendant on, and then it
goes
stretches.
boing. Yeah. We've actually got those Kumihimo weights coming up later, which are brilliant. Didn't realise we sold those.
Yes, I have mine with me all the time. So they're the Kumihimo weights there.
Yeah, we've got them. What does it make a difference which one you're using? One's heavier?
The larger one's 100 grams and the smaller one's 50.
Okay.
So that's the difference.
So one will do a skinnier braid.
Yeah, and if you want a really heavy weight, you can clip both of them onto the same braid as well.
Of course you can, yes.
So, you know, some braids need a really heavy weight, but these are really substantial, so they're brilliant. I always have mine with me in my trusty toolbox. Okay, so what we've got is our 4 lengths, and what we're going to need to do is we need to fold them in half. Done. So you have a loop.
I reckon, hang on a minute, you've got
4.
Got more than me.
Yeah, you need 2 of each colour.
Oh, I thought it was 1 of each. I've done like 2 as in folded in half.
You need to just chop those in half. That's all.
Shall I cut those in half?
Yes, chop them in half.
And then half again?
No, that's it. Just in half. So you've got 4 now. 2 of each colour. 2 of each colour.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to fold those in half.
Right.
Yeah. So you'll end up with, what you'll end up with is the top of your, you'll end up with 2 loops of the orange and 2 loops of the purple.
Right.
Okay. So all you need to do is do that, and all you're going to do at the other end with all your loose tails, it doesn't matter if they're all different lengths.
I was just going to say that, mine are all different
just need to make sure that when you tie your knot, that you keep your index finger in one end, because we need these loops to all be the same length. So just do that, and then I just chase my hand up, so I've got it all the same length, and then tie my knot.
Where am I tying a knot? Right at the end?
Right at the bottom.
Okay, so actually you've got to do this first.
Just so you're just keeping those lengths all the same, and then take all of those tails through, form that overhand knot, and that's a really simple,
just a normal knot.
Just an overhand, as if you were tying a knot in a handles of a carrier bag or whatever. Just tie that overhand knot.
Okay,
so
done.
And we don't need to worry about all of those because they'll all get cut off at the end.
Righto.
What you need to do then is, with a spare piece of any cord that you've got, is to form yourself a little loop. So here I've got a little loop with a knot on it. So all I've done is tied a single loop and tied an overhand knot in it.
Hang on. Sorry.
Are you okay?
No, one of mine slipped out. So
oh no. So what we're going to do, you just need a little piece, a spare piece. I'll cut you a spare piece.
Give me a spare piece. I'm gonna, because I want to ask you questions as I go, because then it's easier, isn't it?
With this spare piece, all you're going to do is just fold it in half, same as we did with all the other ones, and create a little overhand knot. And all this is that you'll reuse this again and again. So all it is a spare piece of cord, it's folded over and an overhand knot tied in it. And it doesn't matter how long this loop is at the end. This is just going to be our anchor, because we need to anchor our braid onto something.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do,
I need one of them.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to put that in there, so you can anchor yours onto there.
Fab.
So hopefully that'll stay in there. What you do with your anchor is you take the knot part of your braid and you take the loop underneath it and then take the tail with the knot on through the loop as if you're forming a luggage type knot.
Done.
And pull it.
And it pulls at the top of the knot, not at the bottom.
That's it. So you want it at where your long loops are on that side of the knot.
Okay, done.
And what that does is that's now an anchor for the bottom of my braid, because I need to have this held, because of course my hands are going to be doing the braid, so I'm not going to be able to hold on to anything.
So this, for me, this is going to loop here, or
you can
through
loop
my
it,
finger, or
loop it over the mandrel. That will work for you. I'm going to loop mine onto my macrame board.
Okay.
And at home, what I do is when I do a really long length, is I do this onto my macrame board. I put my macrame board on the floor, and with my bare feet, I stand on my macrame board, and I actually do this braiding stood up, so I can do really, really long lengths of this braid.
What must the neighbours think? What's she doing now, George? I can't see what she's doing.
I know.
Something weird.
Oh, she's doing something weird. If it's not clattering and hammering.
What's that weird woman from next door doing now?
Must be sick of me. I've always got the music on as well. Okay, so you'll have 4 loops at the end of your braid, like so. And what you want to do is you just need to separate them. It doesn't matter if they're a bit tangled at the bottom, that's not a problem. Is you just need to separate them. Yeah, so you've got the 2 loops of orange. And what you're going to do is you're going to put 1 loop, I have to put this here, 1 loop on your index finger.
Which is my index finger? For
the pointy finger.
Peter Pointer.
Pointy finger, and then 1 on your middle finger, I think.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Hang on.
Okay.
Let me look at your fingers.
So I've got 1 loop.
Oh, right, separate loops, right,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
So I've got 1 loop on my pointy finger, 1 loop on my middle finger.
Your ring finger.
And you're going to do exactly the same on the other side as well.
Oh, what could we be doing? Cat's cradle by the
It looks a bit like cat's cradle.
Kids are like this, it's a bit like loom banding.
It is.
So far.
Right, hopefully I'll be able to do this because my board wants to move. Okay, so what I've done is I've just pulled both my fingers and my braid apart.
Okay.
Right to the bottom, so it's coming right up at an angle like that.
Righto.
Okay. So then the first part of the braid, it's going to be a bit tricky to show you because I can't do it over the board, unfortunately.
Okay.
Is the loop that is on my right index finger, or pointy finger, is going to come and it's going to go through the loop that's on the middle finger of my left hand. I'm going to take the finger through, and what I've done is I've taken it straight through.
So pointer to middle?
Yeah.
Yeah?
So I've done, if I do that again for you.
Pointer to middle.
What you're going to do is you're going to take your finger through.
Yeah.
What you're going to do is take your finger over the top of the cord that's running on the top of that finger.
Hang on, which one goes on top?
So there we go. So I've come across.
Orange on top.
Yeah. So the top orange one goes to the bottom purple one on your left hand.
Yeah.
You take the cord through, so it's like almost on both onto that left finger.
Yeah.
My index finger on my right hand is grabbing the top of that cord, and it's going to almost create a twist. So I'm going to grab it on top of there. So take it, that's it through, and then almost put it your index finger on top of the purple one. On top of that purple one there.
This one over here?
And that's it, and grab it, and as you grab it, twist it and pull it through. Can you see that? So you go
like
on
that?
top, twist and pull through. That's it. Yeah. And then you're going to take that and you're going to pull it down.
Wow, I lost it.
Oh. My board's moving.
Okay, and then move it up towards, I see. Oh yes, okay, fine.
So now I've got an orange one on the bottom finger of my left hand.
Yeah.
And an orange one on the bottom finger of my right hand.
Yes, you have.
So what I'm going to do is go, I always say to myself a little rhyme. Top, bottom, and that's including, it
always works better with a rhyme.
So it's only the right hand that I'm thinking of top and bottom. So I did the top because the purple one's now there. So now I need to do the bottom one, which is my middle finger.
Orange,
yeah. And that's going to come to the top finger on my left hand.
Through.
Yeah. And then this finger, so I've got my finger sort of catching that loop, is going to take the top of the purple cord, which is the original cord on my left hand.
We need to make up a rhyme for this. Yeah.
And pull it through, and then pull the cords.
Okay.
And you're pulling to create the tight braid.
Now I've got 2 on my left that are orange
And
two
2
on my
purple.
right that are purple.
So you know you've done your top and bottom because your colours have changed hands. So the ones that were on the purple, on the left were purple, are now on the right hand. So again, we do the top cord. So the top one on your right hand comes to the bottom one on your left hand. So you're doing a diagonal movement, if you like, and then you take the finger through to catch the cord that's coming from the right, and the right hand finger catches the cord on the top and pulls it through, and then you pull that tight like that. So starting to form the braid. Now you need to pull your cords almost to 180 degrees like that, because that's the motion that ties the braid tight. So we've done the top, now we're going to do the bottom. So the bottom cord on my right hand side comes across. I take my left finger and catch the purple cord. My right finger catches the top of the orange cord and catches it and pulls it through. And then you pull it tight. And that's another movement. So what I'm probably going to do is, I don't know if you want to concentrate on my hands, and I'll do a few moves quicker so you can see them coming.
That's exactly what I've just done, because I actually think it's easier if you do it quicker.
So
bottom swap, pull.
So we're going to do them a bit quicker.
Pull. It's easier when you do it like that.
So top, catch, pull.
That's easier, yeah.
Bottom, catch and pull. So top, catch and pull. Bottom, catch and pull.
Right, now, I'm I was going, right, when you're ready to do your job and not Sarah's, I'm like, right, okay, fine.
Does that make sense?
Got your DVD. I haven't seen this yet.
Have you not?
No. You obviously have.
I have.
Now, we've got the Kumihimo Projects DVD, Sarah's DVD, and this is only just launched, has it?
It launched last Wednesday.
Last Wednesday, so these are the last remaining DVDs. Approaching 500 of these sold out last week. We don't have a clip of it, of course we do. Oh wait, you're saying. It's abbreviated to the... There we go. Lovely Vicky Carr and the gorgeous Sara. Oh, that's fancy. How thick is that? I'm going to get this for my niece. Can you order me this, please, Philip, please? Darling. How many strands did you have to use for that?
There's 16 in there.
Wow!
There's 16 strands in there, yeah, so it's quite a thick braid.
I'm only working with 8 at the moment.
If you can work with 8, you can work with 16. It's no different.
I actually, I just disregarded numbers altogether because that's what I realised was completely confusing me. So there are loads of different things that we can do with Kumihimo. You must grab this DVD. It's wonderful. And can I just say, I've always been scared of Kumihimo, haven't I? I've always gone, Kumihimo, oh no, I can't do that. It's all numbery. It's only for clever people. Well, I now know that the most moronic person I know, me, can do it. So you can definitely do it. It was only because my niece Mina asked me to teach her, and I was embarrassed because I didn't know how to do it. And she said to me, it means threads crossing in Japanese, because she's half Japanese.
Yes, that's it.
And she said, it means threads crossing, Kumihimo. And I said, oh, show me how to do it. And I was like, okay, well, we'll look on my show. And I couldn't find anyone that weren't with me, and I didn't want to watch myself because it makes me want to be sick.
I know.
So I watched an American lady, and we did it on that, and then we learned how to do the flat braid. And this little fella goes home, start again. We were doing that.
I do a lot of rhymes when I do my workshops and things like that.
You've got to. It's all about rhythm.
It is.
It's all about rhythm. It's nothing to do with numbers whatsoever. Ignore them if you're like me, a complete number phobe. This is only £4.95. I had to tell you those numbers because it's the price. ONTY95. Very busy for that one. And then I've also got for you the disc of discs. I use the mini disc. Is that a bit smaller than this?
It is a bit smaller. I've got the mini disc here.
I'm going to get this disc today. This is. Are we got the mini disc later as well? I started on the mini disc, but I actually can say, have we got the square disc, Philip, today as well? I worked on the square disc as well, and square disc is great actually because you could do flat and round on that.
You can. I mean, both discs are built for purpose. So as you can see, the round disc has got a round hole in the centre.
Yeah, but you can do round in that. Yeah.
You can if need be. Again, you can almost do your square braids if they're small, on your round discs. So, but personally, I prefer to have a squared plate and a round disc, purely and simply because that's what they're made for. They're made for purpose. And also, I have normally written on the back of my disc, which this one's a brand new one, so I haven't got anything written on it. I normally write, when I buy them, when they're brand new, I write fine, because as soon as you get them, your slots are really tight on the side of them, so they're great for using wire, they're great for using your beading thread, your S-lons. So I write F for fine, and then once I've used it a while and my slots have started to widen, I will then put an M on there for medium. And then once I get to a point where the slots are very worn on the disc, I will put L on there, and I'll use it for things like my Zari thread. You can use it then for things like the Zari ribbons and things like that. So, you know, the discs have a lifespan that's quite a long time, but they're not an infinite lifespan. So it's worth having discs for different purposes.
Thank you, Sarah.
That's okay.
I'm going to give you 2 lots of the yellow, 2 lots of the pink and the green. It's called the Apple Blossom, Apple Blossom collection as well. Now, for anybody that has never tried Kumihimo before, please can I recommend it for you, not just you, but also for the young ones in your family. Now, my niece Mina is 7. Is she 7 now? She's 7. We spent Christmas Day doing this and learnt together. She was better at it than I was. She can French plait her own hair. Child's a machine. She's just brilliant, stuff like this. And I was telling her, and she was silent. I thought, she's not listening. And she went, okay.
It's
like, and I said to my aunt, Auntie Jean, because my auntie was there, I said, are you watching this child? I didn't, she listened to me, it's a miracle.
Vincent was 6 when I taught him how to do this.
Amazing.
And he literally, I sort of sat with him sort of in between my knees, or in between, and just sat with my hands and did the motions a couple of times. And then he went, no, I've got it. And then he ran off with the disc, and later he came back and he had a great long length of braid. So
it's easy for kids to pick up. They're like little sponges. Look at that price tag, £6.95. GIG C59. It's your large Kumihimo disc. Now, Sarah, tell me, what's the difference between the large Kumihimo disc and the small one? Do I get a larger braid? Can I do more cords?
What I like about the small disc is it means that if you're doing something where you might need to get your hand to the centre of the disc, it's a shorter diameter. So if you've got small fingers, small length of fingers, or for small children and things like that, it's got less of a diameter to hold to the centre of the disc, which is great if you're doing beaded Kumihimo, where you need to maybe possibly keep your thumb on the corner there while you do the next move to keep the bead in place. The larger disc, I prefer to use that for things when I'm doing, so like the 16 strand braid that's on the DVD, because it gives you more space between the cords. So it means it's easier to find the right cord to pick up. So on the smaller disc, your cords, of course, have got a slightly smaller diameter between each slot. So if you've got lots and lots of cords on here, there's less room for you to sort of pick them up at the side of the disc. But for travel purposes, these are absolutely brilliant. They'll give you the same size braid. So the same size braid will come out the middle. But also, it just means that this will fit in your pocket. I always have one of these in my, I just wrap the cords around it like that, and I can pop it in my coat pocket or wherever.
But this is saying I've got 32 notches.
You've got 32.
So can I use more? Oh, you have got 32 on that as well?
Right, exactly the same.
So it's just a matter of preference. Actually, if you're learning, it probably is better to go with the larger one at first, right?
It's easier to be able to pick the cords out the slots. Yeah, so you can see the difference between the space between each slot on the larger disc is larger, so that you've got more space. If you have dexterity problems, I would say go for a larger disc, because it gives you more of a space to pick those cords up. And also you can, if I move this one out of the way, when you set your disc up, if you have dexterity problems, there's nothing to say you can't set your cords up like this and have more space in between them to be able to pick them out, so that you can find it easier to pick that cord up from the bottom. So there's absolutely no reason whatsoever.
I've got a message for you, my lovely, from Lorraine. Our granddaughter will be 6 in May, so I'm buying Kumihimo for her. She's already making beaded necklaces. She'll love this. Sarah, not Sarah, Lorraine. I looked at the bottom. Got the DVD, ordered as Fab Teacher Sarah.
Oh, thank you very much.
I want to hear about your granddaughter, how she got on, because I know, like, I couldn't believe how quiet it made Mina.
Yes.
And can I say, I had a bag of cords, it wasn't enough.
Oh, yeah.
So get more cords, because we had a bag of cords. She'd done 4. You know, actually, you do need quite a lot of cords.
It does.
But it's very inexpensive, and because you'll start doing bracelets and then they want to do a necklace and that takes more. And I wished I'd bought more cord. I wished, because Amina was getting so excited about trying the different types of cord, the different thicknesses. She did, by the time I was there, Christmas Day and Boxing Day, and she must have done 6 or 7 bracelets in those 2 days. And that's quite, I mean, she'd sit there and she was doing it, and I just thought, wow, it kept her so quiet, and she was really, her brain was active the whole time. I loved it. So I highly recommend it to anybody who's got kids out there. Sarah, Mrs. G, says, I love the Kumihimo discs for holding the braid when making a sliding knot to finish a macrame bracelet. So it makes a difference to switch over from a macrame board to a Kumihimo.
Because what you can do is, if you're making a sliding knot, is you can put the 2 cords that go in one direction and 2 cords that are going in a different direction, and then knot in this little hole in the middle. So it gives you that space to be able to do your square knots over those cords. So it's just, it makes it really easy as well.
Can I macrame from a Kumihimo disc?
You'd only get a little bit, because you could do, if you wanted to keep moving it, you'd only get the distance of that disc to be able to macrame on. But I do pin things onto my discs the same as I would my macrame board, because it's a similar sort of material, so you can put your T-pins into it, so you can actually pin things onto there. I have with some of the larger materials, when I've been doing things like the Sari ribbons, where I didn't want to put the threading material into the slot, just pin them on. So and then just carried on doing the braid, so you can actually pin them into place as well. They're so versatile and so useful. And take Kumihimo on the travels, because you get so many people wanting to know what you're doing.
And if you've got long car journeys, it's brilliant for giving to the children, and to you if you're a passenger. I can't recommend it more. And I used to be quite like, Kumihimo. I did, didn't I? Because I was like, oh no, Sarah, I can't do it. It's like, oh, and it's cord. And now I'm like, I need all these different colour cords. I love Kumihimo. It's actually worth, I would actually say to anyone out there who thinks they don't like it, can you try it for me? Because I thought I didn't like Kumihimo because I thought it was complicated, and I promise you,
it's not.
It's not. And the joy that it gave my niece actually gave me joy from it as well.
I think some people get hooked up, like you did, on the numbers, and if that is the case,
don't even think about the numbers.
What you can do is, on a disc, when you get your disc home, instead of having the dots on this side, like your north, south, east, west, where you've got your dots on there, just turn your disc over and put, with a permanent marker, just a north, south, east, west dot, and work on this side of the disc with no numbers. And it will just change the way you look at it. Don't look at the numbers.
No,
work
I didn't.
on that side.
And you put blobs on them. We put a little blob. Now I've got to give everybody, while you're setting up for the next section, I'm going to give everybody the weight. Now this is the smaller weight, Sarah.
Yes.
And it comes with 4 strands of waxed cord.
Yes.
Philip says, get the satin cord. What do you mean the waxed cord? Whose coat's this jacket? Now you get... Where's it to? You get the pink, the black. Oh, I need this for my Mina Chan. You get the aqua, and you get the white. Oh, I like this. So this weight was a, what did you say, Sarah?
The smaller one's a 50-gram weight.
A 50-gram weight. And that will help your braids keep in place. It'll keep them neat, but it will also weigh them down so you don't need to stretch it afterwards.
It will. So quite often you'll see people holding the underside of a disc.
Because you need to get that sort of tautness.
Yeah, so you'll see people with their hand holding that part of the braid underneath. Well, if you put a weight on there, that frees your hands up. So there's the weight underneath holding the braid down. So that frees both your hands up now to do the braid on the top.
Perfect.
Instead of having to hold it underneath. And you'll get even tension, rather than where if you're holding it, sometimes your grip will be harder and sometimes it'll be less, and you'll be pulling the braid through more, or you won't have enough tension on it, and that will give you an uneven braid. So the weight will give you a constant even tension underneath all the time.
Perfect.
Yeah. There you go. So that's how they just clip on, and I just move mine up the braid.
Now, have a look at the price tag on your screen right now, £12.75. We're going to give you the most amazing, and it's so affordable for now for you to offer it for your children as well, for your grandchildren, for your nieces, for your nephews. I was going to say Philip, it's the same price. £6.95.
Wow.
And these wax cords, I mean, if you use 2 colours of them, you get a lot.
Yes.
You can use all 4 colours in one braid if you
course you
want
can.
to. Use about 1 metre for a bracelet, don't you, of each colour?
Yes, yes.
So you need 8 metres for a bracelet. You've got 10 metres in each one. So we're looking at about 6 bracelets, about 6 bracelets altogether in this, which is brilliant. MWGC86, half the stock is gone of this. Very busy today for your Kumihimo. We've got the smaller Kumihimo disc coming up for you a little bit later. Always great to have more than one disc for different mediums, like I was saying earlier, different thicknesses and things like that, whether you're using the paracord. I nearly went para, then I can't help it. I picked my son up once when he was asleep and he went para, para. Nice. It's gone, it's sold out, that one. Well, I can't believe it. Let's get back to the gorgeous Sarah. Sarah, we've got 20 minutes, so we've got plenty of time.
Okay, so we would have carried on until we got to the end of our braid, and I've just knotted off the ends, and I would just add a ribbon cord ending on either end. If I had extra braid, I could just add my ribbon cord endings where I needed to and then cut it off. So it will give me lots to work with. So that's my braid done. I'm going to need to create the centre focal point of this sort of wirework spectacular, almost firework that's going off in the centre, which is, I think it's amazing.
Oh yeah, I love that.
And this just purely came by me messing around with wire, which as you do. So what I've got 4 lengths of wire that are probably about just over 60 centimetres, maybe a little bit more, maybe 70 centimetres. So I've got 4 pieces of wire, and I'm just holding them in the centre. And this is the wire that comes in the kit. I'm going to be using my bail making pliers. If you haven't got bail making pliers, it's really not essential. You can use your round nosed pliers. Okay. The reason I use the bail making pliers is because I've got an even length of the same width to hold all the wires. So what I've just done is going to hold the centre of the wires, and you can see with the bail making pliers it'll hold all 4 wires at the same time. You might find they slightly slip if you're using your round nose pliers, so just hold onto the wires. And all I'm going to do is bring them up to the top like so, and allow them to cross over my bail making pliers. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the ones that are facing away from me, and I'm going to pull them around, and then I'm going to start to pull these ones around. So I'm kind of creating like a little Catherine wheel type effect in the centre. So if I show you that, can you see that's just coming round? So I'm just going to start pulling them around each other like so, and creating a centre focal point. Now you'll find that the wires will want to sort of splay out, so what you can do is you can just twist the wires around themselves, and that'll help to create a little bit more of an even centre. So you can create this until you've got a centre the size that you want it to be, and that's probably about how big I want mine to be. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull my wires so that they're coming round almost like a little Catherine wheel, like that. And you'll find that you can take this off your bail making pliers now. The reason I do that is it creates an anchor point underneath this centre focal point for me, and my wires are a little bit long, so I'm just going to trim these down. You probably want these wires, once you've finished the central focal point, to be about 4 or 5 inches long. If you have them too long, you might find it's a little bit of a health and safety issue. So there we go, I've cut them all down. So you'll end up with a strange sort of looking Catherine wheel centre focal point. And this is where your beautiful orange agate come into play. Are these agates? They are, aren't they?
They are agates.
Yes.
I am in the middle of this plait, and you did teach me right.
Yeah, you are doing it. That's it. It's coming together perfectly. So what I'm going to do is onto one of my Catherine wheel spokes, I'm going to add a gemstone. I'm going to take the wire, I'm going to take it over the one next to it and pull it and twist it back round on itself. And then onto this next one, add a gemstone, bring it over to the next wire, take it over the top of this wire here, and bring that wire back round and under. And then you're going to carry on around, adding the gemstones. This one doesn't want to play. There we go. So on to the next one. So add your gemstone, bring this wire up and over and twist it back under. And on to the next one. And it's better to add the gemstones as you go around, otherwise they have a tendency to want to hop off the wires and you end up just having to add them back on again. And then that one comes back round. So we're going to, oh, there we go, onto that one, over that wire, hop that wire around. We're nearly round now. And this one goes over there. Like so. You see that they're adding, coming around and creating that sort of Catherine wheel centre focal point. That one goes over there. Twist it around. Oh. There we go. Right, so this, and that's as far around as we're going to go. So can you see I've got all of those twisted around the centre of that piece there, and then I just need to finish all of these wires off. And the way I would do that is I would cut them to about 1 inch long, and you can do this by sight quite easily, like so. And then I would twist those in with my round nose pliers, go around, start a little spiral, like so. Move these out of the way so you can see. Start that little spiral, bring it around, and then fold that spiral in and over the gemstones on the side there. And I would do that all the way around. I'm not going to do that now because we want to see how to get the rest of the fireworks to come together, the little swirls and spirals.
Okay, so you do your, now while you're getting the swirls and spirals
Yes.
ready, I've got the other 2 Kumihimo DVDs. Are these yours as well?
They are
So
mine.
these are Sarah's DVDs.
Yes.
Her name's on both of these, and you have got on disc 1 the round disc pattern, the square disc pattern, the adding gemstones, the cage gemstones, and the zigzag technique. And you are getting addition 2 half flat braid on a round disc, 12 strand spiral design, adding beads, strand chapeau, maruyotsu,
Maruyotsu, yes.
and finishing touches, the maruyotsu. I wonder what that means.
It's a 4-stranded braid. So it's a 4-stranded Kumihimo braid, the Maruyotsu.
I'm going to get Mina to
yes.
translate all of this.
And it probably is...
She'll tell you.
Yeah.
I'll ask
Yeah.
her. She's wonderful. She's 7 and she's like
Oh, wow.
English, Japanese, brilliant. She's like, amazing. And Layla, her little sister. Now I'm going to give you the mini disc. So you've got the mini disc as well, and 2 DVDs should be paying $13.85, which is a bargain.
It is. It's amazing price.
You ain't paying it though. You won't stand for it. XDG C53. Wonderful, I love it. We could, do you know, again, this is going to go for me for this. God, I'm going to get Mina such a lovely package.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that the braids are all different, but you can go with all 3 DVDs. You can, whether you're starting or not, you can sort of dip in straight away. I would say that DVD 2's brilliant for the finishing touches. Because
it is nice to know how to finish them properly.
It goes through so many different ways to finish things as well, which is great, and which allows you then to sort of choose the way you want to finish your braid. So you don't have to just think, oh, I use a Kumihimo, I have to use Kumihimo ends, or I have to use ribbon cord ends, or I have to use a wax Y-cone. It goes through all of those for you beautifully.
What super value as well at $6.95. I'm just thinking how wonderful this will look with loads of cords and a big cellophane wrap with big bow on it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
happy birthday!
Definitely.
You're brilliant. Mina's birthday's in May. I'm just going to get her loads of this.
She's
I'm
going
going
to
to
love
get absolutely loads. She's so clever. These look like they're going to sell out, so please do be quick. You've got 2 DVDs. Who are they with, your DVDs? Did I do the flat one with you? Or did I just remember that maybe I stole it or something?
I can't remember who
Who
did
did
them.
the flat? Who did it? Let's have a look at the clips. Let's look at it was what, Vicky Carr and both of them.
Might well have been actually.
Yeah, it could be. Could be Vicky Carr. Our Vicky.
I know, because we normally record them at such a silly o'clock in the morning.
She's the only. Oh, it's Carol!
There you
Look at
go.
you, Anna.
I know, it was really long.
Lovely, Carol. £6.95 for all of that brilliant value. I can see all your gorgeous names. You're going to love this. I wonder if you're getting it for all your kids. No, you're going to want. Sarah's still getting herself ready.
No,
so
I'm done.
You're done, are you?
I am.
Okay,
yeah. I'm typical crafter, can't sit still. So the rest of the section is using a gizmo coiled section of the wire that comes in your kit. And what I've done is I've done a full section on the, if you've got the deluxe gizmo, it's not the smallest rod, it's the next one up. If you've got the gizmo that's got 2 holes, it's the skinniest one of those 2. And you need to do a full length of your gizmo, and that will give you a piece like that. Okay, and then what I'm going to do with mine is I'm going to, because I want to have an open weave rather than a tight gizmo coil, I'm just going to pull it. Okay, so you can see that's starting to open up slightly. And then at the ends you'll find you've got a little bit that hasn't opened up, so you can just do that with your round nose pliers. And I find it's easier to do the centre section first and then get the ends just to match up. So you'll end up with a piece that looks a bit like that. So it's not quite as closed as it was, and that will give you about a 12-inch piece of gizmo coil. Taking another long length of wire, you need to feed that through to be your core wire.
So Kumihimo mini disc has now sold out and gone.
Oh, right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start at one side, and I'm just going to start creating little swirls and flourishes with this piece of gizmo.
Do you want it for reference?
Yeah, it's fine.
Sometimes it's really hard.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, it's not so much a problem because I'm going to do this sort of freehand like I did with the original one. So all I've done is the first part of it is just create a little swirl.
Okay.
And then what I'm going to do is use that tail wire to anchor it around the gizmo coil. So that's now locked in place. It won't go anywhere. And then again, I'm just going to start creating some swirls, like so. And you can use that wire that you've got there just to anchor those. And as you're going, what you can find you'll do is to add things like a little gemstone into the centre of each of those pieces. So if I just pop that on there. So that's coming over. Sorry, needed to reposition this long piece of wire. So I'm just going to take that and put it over that little spiral I've created, that little circle. So you can see underneath I've got the little circle. I'm just going to come underneath with this piece of wire, go through and anchor that in. And the gizmo is great because if your wire work's not particularly neat, that's hidden. You won't see that little piece where you've just gone round. It's actually hidden inside those spirals. Then what you can do is create another little loop, and it really is just completely up to you how you're going to do these. And then I find if you're coming across like that, you can either put a gemstone, because I need to come around and anchor onto this one, you can either put gemstones onto there, or if you've got the bail making pliers, you can come in and just create some little flourishes, go around your bail making pliers, create a little loop in there, sorry, there we go, little loop in there, and then come back through, anchor on, and then maybe add a gemstone onto there. And it is literally, this part is going to be completely freeform. Like so. So come back under, anchor on. And we'll do that at one end. And then what I need to do is, before I carry on and use all my gizmo coil up, is to sort of have a look and think whereabouts I'm going to want to put this piece. Because that needs to go in the centre, and I'll actually anchor that on as I'm going, and I'm going to anchor my braid onto there as well. So I'm just having a look at that, and I'm thinking I've got a little bit more to go, so I might just put another little loop in there. Okay, and you can, if you want to, if you haven't got your wire there at that time, is just twist those as well. Because it's all wire, so you can just twist it over, and that will anchor that in there as well.
Nice and malleable. Is it the 0.8 you're using?
It's 0.6.
Oh,
it's all 0.6, so it's really malleable, really easy to use. You can add some of these beautiful charite on there as well, and just create lots and lots and lots of little flourishes. I'm going to come round to this one, and then I'm going to come round to be able to start anchoring my pendant on. So imagine I've done all of that like that. So I'm now going to want to anchor my pendant and this piece on to be able to finish this off. So what I'm going to do is just use another little piece of wire.
Phil just said in my ear, Annie Defoe sleeps with her rabbit. I'm really scared it would bite my face off in the night and get really angry. Does she really sleep with her rabbit?
I think she's very, very friendly with her rabbit, so I wouldn't be surprised. You know, very fond of her rabbit. Wouldn't be surprised. It's a house rabbit, though, isn't it? You know, like
It's because somebody just brought us carrots in and we said we'll save that brownie. And that's where it came from.
Right. I'll carry on. I've got such an innocent mind. Okay.
Oh, I got French stomach.
Oh, right. So all I've done is I've anchored on a piece of wire across my braid to be able to anchor that onto the bottom. And I'm going to take the little pendant part we made to start off with. And it's because we created that loop on the back. Can you see that little loop there? That's perfect to be able to actually anchor on the gizmo coil, as well as anchoring onto the braid. So I'm just going to take my wire through the loop, underneath and around the braid as well. Just do that a couple of times. Underneath. It doesn't matter if your wire goes through the braid at the same time. And then we can anchor this over here. So just go around and create a loop and anchor that on, and then you're going to do exactly the same on this other end here, and then you can spend lots of time doing lots of little flourishes and adding gemstones and coming around, and that will create all of the rest of that little centre section. So although this doesn't look quite the same, I haven't added all the extra flourishes coming around and over the top, and that literally is just...
But you just continue on
just
like
keep
that,
going,
then?
yeah, so that's the basis of the piece.
I love that colour wire. With the whole colour scheme on this kit is perfect.
Yeah, so you will literally take this piece of wire that's coming up here, you'd add some gemstones on, come back round, you know, and anchor into that, and anchor into the side of the pendant as well, the centre focal point, and just keep adding those swirls and flourishes and adding extra gemstones. And if you need to add extra wire in to do that, that's absolutely fine. And then that's all anchored onto your braid. All I did was put some ribbon clasps on the end and put a extender chain on the back. And it's just really as simple as it is, and this will go as far as you want it to. So you could decide you wanted to do another piece of this gizmo and make it an even bigger piece.
Now, Louise is texting from the Greater Manchester. Sarah, I have just started Kumihimo, done 8 warp okay, but 16 warp turned out very tight. So it's quite a stiff braid. It might have depend on the materials you're using, mightn't it?
It can depend on the materials you're using. Also, if you
too much tension
when you're coming across the disc. So when you're pulling your cords across the disc, some people try to pull them too tight.
Because you sort of get stressed about it, that's why.
And you just need, to let it, just pull it down from underneath. Don't sort of tangle it and pull it, and really, allow that braid sort of that. And also, it would.
It's got to have a bit of give.
Depends also if you didn't have any tension underneath. That can make quite a hard braid, a stiff braid.
What if you don't have tension?
Yes, no, if you don't. So because the braid sort of almost stacks up on top of itself. Whereas if you've got a weight underneath, it's helping to pull it through, and it'll create longer stitches in your Kumihimo. So you see some Kumihimos have got quite long stitches and some have got quite narrow stitches, and that's to do with the weight that's underneath.
Okay, so grab one of those weights that we had earlier. We're going to got another one coming up later. Stella in Berkshire, please could Sarah show us how to do the flower connectors that are on the earrings? They looked lovely. They look fab, loving the show. Thank you, my love. Sorry, Matteo, I didn't realise you were there. Let's go for a walk.
Very, 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 very easy.
Okay, can we have a little butcher's?
You can have a little butcher's, and we get a little bit of wire.
Wisdom tooths coming through. Do they keep them all in?
It depends. They only take them out now if they're causing problems. They
I
normally
had
leave
this one
them.
taken out. The dentist had to get on top of me to get it out. It was not a good experience.
I had one removed, but I was sedated within an inch of my life, and I don't really remember it.
I was scared. They were like on me, like. I was like, is this normal, or is this going into a police need to be called situation?
They need the leverage, unfortunately, of sort of. Yeah.
And I think he had his hand on my forehead whilst I was like, my neck was killing me, and I had bruises all over my chest.
Oh, I don't honestly really remember mine. I just remember asking, has the tooth been taken out? And he says, yes, it's all over and you're in recovery, so I don't really remember mine.
I didn't get knocked out for mine. I was alive and awake.
That was the only deal with having that taken out, is that I didn't know anything about it.
Phil doesn't like this. He's giving him
yeah.
Well, I can feel it. It's like, I'm here.
Yeah. Growling away.
Yeah.
But until they've erupted properly, they won't do anything about them, unfortunately.
Oh.
Okay, so I've just got my awl from my large toolkit. But if you haven't got one of these, you could use a round pencil, anything that's got a round surface. Or if you're like me and have the handle of the wooden spoon, which you need for, I use a lot on the projects DVD, you can wrap your wire around that.
Wooden spoon.
You can, yeah. So all you're going to do is take your wire and you're just going to wrap around. Or if you've got the jump ring mandrels, those are brilliant.
You've done it from actual jump rings.
Yeah.
You're just making your own, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm just making my own.
She's just making her own rules, this one.
Yeah. So all you do is literally wrap that around like that, and you want it quite neat, so it's got the coils next to each other. It doesn't need to be really, really, really tight, but that's good enough. Take that off, and then you're going to just create yourself a neat end with your flush cutters. And then what you need to do is you need to count up the coils 6 full loops. So what I do is when you get to the join, if I get my fingernail in there, see the join where that one and this one join is 1. So if I use the point there, so that would be 1. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You just need to cut in line with that previous cut, so you've got 6 loops, complete full loops.
If you do it in line, then it'll be uniform.
Yeah. And also, so you can split that there, flush cutters in and cut that. So you've got 6 full loops. Okay. Now what you want to do, oops, it's alive, is get the 2 cut edges facing you. They're going to go into the middle, and you're going to start to pull and separate this round. Can you see the start of the form? So I'm just going to start to form. Whoop. At home you'll be able to. So just start
I thought you'd link that. This is brilliant.
Just start to pull that out. What I normally do is get the 2 side ones so that they're opposite each other, and then turn the flower and get the next 2 so they're opposite each other, and then turn the flower and get the next 2 so they're opposite each other, and you end up with a form like that.
Hooray! I love that!
So simple.
I thought you'd formed it like chainmail. Sara, Elvin, everyone, back of the net.
Just a really cheaty way of being able to do it. So very, very easy.
That's not a cheats way, it's a more productive way.
You can do that with, if you cut 8 full loops, you'll end up with an 8 petal flower, or you can do 7 and end up with a 7. But if you want something to hang off the top and bottom, you need it to be an equal number of petals. Otherwise it won't hang straight for you.
Thank you, Sara.
But very
You're
easy.
ace as always. She's ace as always. Now we're going to do the treads, and we're going to do them with just on their own actually. Somebody's untangled these, the rascals.
They do untangle themselves sometimes.
Oh,
so
do they?
a bit
All right.
naughty.
We'll let them off. We'll tell security not to come. Now you have got the red and the blue. That looks gorgeous together. You've got 2 of each. You've got the yellow, silver. Sarah's going, and you've got the purple. Now this makes a really lovely, neat Kumihimo braid.
It does. What you can do as well is, if you want to make a larger braid, or what appears to be a larger braid, instead of just putting 1 strand of thread in each slot on your disc, put several, so you can then, you know, if you think
acting as one.
So if you think, I love the gold tone there, but it might be just a little bit bright for my design. Why not mix the silver and the gold together and put 2 of each in one slot? And actually, as you do the braid, they actually sort of tone each other down a little bit and change the colour into almost another colour completely. So they work beautifully.
That's a good idea. RXG P43, 100 metres altogether for £6.95. That's 69p a metre, Sarah. Sound all right to you, my love?
It's ridiculous. I mean, I just can't get over the prices of the cords. I really, really can't. I mean, I've seen for 5 metres, £3, £2.95 for 5 metres.
Seriously?
And they were listed as black cord. There was no diameter. It was not what it was made of or anything. It was in one of those sort of large crafty places, and it was just literally 5 metres of cord for £2.95.
Well, you're paying just under 70p a metre here.
It's amazing.
Brilliant.
No, it's less than that. Move the decimal too.
No, I meant it's 7p, didn't I? 7p a metre.
Yeah.
7 pence a metre.
It's you know, and if you are a beginner with Kumihimo and you're just thinking, you know, I don't, you know, have a lot of possibly money to waste on materials, even if you go wrong with this.
I don't know if you're going to like it, so you don't want to invest.
Yeah, and you're not going to, you know, you will find that you'll cut your cords and you'll make your first piece, and after, actually, you won't have any waste. But you might just be thinking in the back of your mind, it might be quite an expensive thing to get into, it might need a lot of things. Honestly, you don't. At that price, you need some cords and a disc, and off you go.
And off you go.
Yeah.
£6.95, and off you go indeed. We will see you after the break with more Sarah Elvin. We've got more projects on the go, so if you are loving your cords and you love Sarah's projects, then stick around. We'll be back after this.
Come and join guest designer Mark Smith for his Macrame workshop. You'll learn all the essential techniques and knotting formations to create many very popular designs. You'll learn the square stitch, twist stitch, the slip knot, and many more. This course includes a selection of hemp cord, a selection of gemstones, a reel of wire, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio, a visit to our museum, and you'll make a visit to the JewelleryMaker shop. You'll also take home 6 of your very own designs for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Spend the day with guest designer Mark Smith making beautiful jewellery using simple macrame techniques but with an added touch of elegance with the incorporation of wire in your designs. Mark will be guiding you through 5 projects: the triple row beaded brangle, herringbone pendant and earring set, Grecian hoop earrings, daisy chain hair comb and wire macrame ring. The course includes a selection of wire, a selection of gemstones, a pack of silver findings, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a visit to our museum, and you can make a visit to the JewelleryMaker shop, all for just $84.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Oh, my name's Sheila and today I've been on the Macrame wirework course. It's a brand new course. I was a little bit worried as to how it was going to go on because when I did another Macrame course I had a bit of a problem getting everything to work, but Mark is extremely patient. He's been very good going around with everybody and making sure that they're happy with what they're doing. And if you do get stuck on anything, it's not a problem. He just comes around and sorts it out for you. I think the Macrame wirework course is going to be a real good seller because you can do so much with it. There are so many different techniques within it which make it look complicated, but it isn't really. When you break them down, it's quite simple, and I would thoroughly recommend it to anyone who wants to do a workshop.
guest designer Sara Elvin on her Kumihimo DVD Edition 2. Create new and exciting Kumihimo designs step by step with Sara on this DVD. Sara will teach you new techniques such as the half-flat braid on a round disc, a 12-strand spiral braid, how to add gemstones, the 8-strand chapeau, the maru yotsu, and finally how to finish your designs with various clasps and wire elements. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Come and join Sara Elvin and grow your knowledge for a specialised jewellery technique in this DVD Kumihimo projects. Kumihimo is a really interesting way of creating new designs of jewellery. Within this DVD, Sara will guide you through many techniques that include a cabochon necklace, wire-wrapped pendant, zigzag Kumihimo and the caged necklace. This is the perfect DVD to expand your Kumihimo knowledge and will certainly grow your taste for more. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Hello there, and welcome back to me, Jenny Cleary. I can't see the screen, which is a bit freaky because my screen just went off then. Now, I have got for you some really beautiful, beautiful charms. Brand new. I'm hoping that you can see me. I think you can. We're going to give you the pearl. Are we going to do the pearls now, Philip? Now, have a look at these. The most exclusive, arguably one of the most beautiful strands of pearls we have ever had. They are perhaps the roundest natural freshwater pearls we've ever clapped our eyes on. Have you ever seen a Tahitian pearl and the way it delivers lots of different colours, and they're glorious? Jan says, I want those naughty dark pearls. They are, we are talking to you about the black pearl, the one that you want, the very Chanel-esque, the very Gucci-esque, that Elizabeth Taylor of pearls. They are so round, they're our largest. I actually think they're, I'm going to measure these. Mine are 11 millimetres round. Huge. These were a New Year's Day special, and these are the last remaining few from only unchecked orders, which means that cards may have been declined, which it does happen a lot in January, unfortunately. Now this could be your opportunity. If you thought, right, that's it, I lost them, I never saw them again, have a look at these, because I think I'm about to make your dreams in owning the very best pearls that you possibly can get your hands on. I'll count them for you. Tamsin's asking how long the strand is. Karen, JewelleryMaker in South Yorkshire, Eleanor, Mary, Ivy, Tracy, Lorna, Natasha, you've all got yours. This is my favourite strand of pearls that we've ever had. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Now for me, I'm going to make every single one of these a pendant. Right now our buyer upstairs, Hannah Oxbury, is wearing a large Tahitian pearl around her neck. on a very long chain. I actually said to her today, I love that Tahitian pearl, and she's just got one pearl there. Now for me, when you do that, you get the feeling that these are more exclusive. They are utterly beautiful. And how many did I say was in there again? 30 what was it? 36. Okay, so if I sold each pendant for £30, because I think, Sarah, that is a very fair price tag for a pearl like this. £30 on sterling silver. £30 times 37 is what, Philip, please? £1,110 would be what I would have in the bank afterwards. Now, I would take off the price, of course, of this strand. If they were £100, I'd release £100 from that profit, and then I would take off the money for the silver. They're going nowhere near £100 today. I think this is the most super opportunity for you to make a serious profit from a gemstone that is considered one of the world's best. In jewellers, high-end jewellers across the world, we see pearls put with diamonds. We see pearls coming out of Chanel, and the necklaces. My friend had one for her 40th birthday. It was £7,000. Her husband bought it for her for a special, but it was over £7,000 with real pearls in silver and the little Chanel logo. And I'm not comparing it to that at all. You know, I'm just saying that I'm not comparing this strand. I'm just saying that pearls around the world are different price tags. You can go into Cambridge and find that pearl necklace. It's still there, as far as I'm concerned. In the as far as I know, in the market square, £2,000 for a necklace. So we're going from £7,000 to £2,000, and we can see different kinds of pearls. One pearl. This is incredible. Woohoo! I just got mine, says Jan. Thank you, ladies. This really is such a must-have buy for the pearl lovers out there. You know, pearls can be expensive. I told you about the time when I had no money and nothing to eat, and I went to Chicago. I didn't just go there. I had no money, but I went to Chicago. I was working there. Somebody flew me out there, and I didn't think, because they said, oh, it was all expenses paid. But then what about when I was on my own and I wasn't in the hotel and I wasn't in the corporate events? I didn't have any money to spend. So I went into this big, huge jewellers, which I won't mention the name of, on your way down to the water tower in Chicago. And they were having a South Sea pearl launch. They were thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. I went in there with my English accent. They thought I must be related to the Queen or something, because they do. And there I was amongst the elite of Chicago, amongst all these women who were spending money like it was water. And I then thought, I wish I could do that. I wish I was like those ladies. I you know, not a care in the world. Imagine never having to worry about money. Imagine never. And this is this is definitely what pearls give off for me. They give off wealth. Yeah. Or the impression of wealth. They give off those signs of class, sophistication and good taste. And this strand is just oozing all of those. This is the very best pearl strand that we've got in stock here at JewelleryMaker. I've never seen pearls like this colour. They are beautiful. Anne in Torfan says, hi ladies, just a quick hello. I'm in Wales, watching from my hospital bed. Oh, Anne, my darling angel. Been very poorly, not watched for a week, now filling my boots. Anne, you relax, you get better, medicine for your mind, and you know that we're sending you lots and lots and lots and lots of love all the way to Wales for you. And just think now, if you're feeling a little bit better now, take this time to relax and chill and get yourself back on that road to recovery, please, Anne. That's where we like you, all nice and fit and healthy. £39.95. Loads of you got this. A lot of you multi-buying, Tracy, two for you. JewelleryMaker in South Yorkshire, two for you. Deborah, Philippa, Hazel, Jackie, Linda, Joan, JewelleryMaker, Karen, Eleanor, Mary. I have got Ivy. I've got Tamsin, Antoinette in Belfast. Hello, Antoinette. Hello, my love. Still wearing my scarf. I love it. I have got Lorna, Natasha, Joan. Oh, Antoinette, I haven't seen you for ages. Are you all right, my love? Send us a text in. You all right? These are gorgeous, aren't they? £39.95. Don't forget to text us. Where are you text? We miss you otherwise. Fiona. Oh, hello, Fiona. I have these. They are so exquisite, so round, smooth and beautiful. Loving the show, as always, Fi, or Fee. Whereabouts in Gloucester are you from, please, Fee? Fi? Faux fun? I know a Fi, in the Irish way of saying Fiona is Fiona. And yeah, so I always do that. I'm so sorry. No. Pearl kisses. Now, come here, my little charmers. I've still got these pictures and still making me laugh. Oops. Can I have a little velvet board, please, somebody? Because mine's mine's all covered in stuff. Did I sound like a diva then? He went, diva. How are you, Amelia?
Very well, thank you.
Good, good. Couple of days off, nice.
Yes, it was nice.
Did you have a little relax?
I did have a little relax, yes.
I bet you had to do loads of housework though.
No, left it.
Oh, got a cleaning lady, have you?
Oh, no, do it another day.
Do it another day, yeah. I know, but then you've got to come home to it, haven't you? Meh, 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 meh. Now, are these sterling silver now, Philip? Silver on brass, they're really strong. These are brand new charms, Sarah McAlvin.
Ooh.
They're lovely. They're feathers and leaves.
Oh, what classics.
The classics, yeah.
Really easy to use.
Look at the embossing on that, or the engraving even.
That's the attention to detail, isn't it? You could have just left those plain, but the attention to detail's been put into these pieces, hasn't it?
Really has. You've either got a phoenix wing or an angel wing there.
And the filigree on those is just exquisite.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Now, look at this one. What kind of leaf is this? Is it a would you call this a maple leaf, or is it what's a conker tree leaf? An oak leaf?
Or horse chestnut.
Yes, a horse chestnut. Is that what it is?
Possibly.
Oh, where are you going, David? Now, I'm also getting... What's that one, Sarah?
Which one have you
Hang
got?
on.
I can't see. Oh, that
Wait
one.
there. Hang on, I've dropped it now. Here we go, that one.
You know, that reminds me of some leaves on one of the shrubs in my garden, but I don't know what the shrub is.
What it is, yeah, that's the thing. We need Mark Smith here to identify these species.
Yeah.
I actually like this one a lot because do you know what? I would fill in the holes with enamel, which would be a great idea, wouldn't it?
It would. You could maybe pop some, if you've got the cool enamels as well, you know, the F colour cool enamels, you could colour those as well because the powder would stay in those little indentations for you. Oh, beautiful.
Aren't they lovely?
Do you know, these would make just the most organic sort of, you know, if you did that sort of technique we just did on the kit with sort of the tendrils and the spirals and the gizmo coils, and then put these in, if you did it in silver, they would just look amazing. Or if you mixed and matched your metals together and went sort of on that sort of journey with that, you know, that would look lovely against something like an antique bronze.
You could do that, you can mix your metals. Look at these ones. That's the phoenix wing there, isn't it? That
is.
Is lovely. I love it. How many do I get of each then? 3 of each. And how many designs have I got? 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 designs. For $9.95. It's definitely worth you getting a brand new, never seen before Matrix collection. ODDL43 is your item code. $9.95. You can use your debit card or your credit card or PayPal if you've got the app. Have you got the app? You got the app. You got the app.
I've got to have it because I can have to wrestle for TV time these days, you know, for children.
Don't talk to me about that. My aerial up in my top bedroom, we've got like 3 floors to this new house, and my bedroom's on the 3rd floor. Well, my aerial doesn't work.
Oh no.
I got it. I can't watch the telly in bed. What am I supposed to do? I can't find where I've packed the DVD player, so that's a goner. 20 in baskets for this, $9.95. Marion, Linda, Valerie, Ruth, Lisa, Michelle, Claire, Enkana, Susan, Natasha in Angus has got 2 in a basket. Ruby, that's a gorgeous name, in Gwynedd. Susan, you've got yours. Question? We got a question? Karen, will you be having any empty thread bobbins soon? I've got stacks of cord in one form or another, but I want to do the 12 and the 16 warp braids, Philip. Will we be having, I don't know why I did your voice like that, Karen. Will you be having them or not, Philip? The answer is yes, Karen will have them. I'm weirder than usual today, which is slightly nerve-wracking. Now, Philip, what next, Philip, my darling? We will... Oh, 20 baskets. I have got for you the most amazing cabochons. I've never seen anything quite like this. Have you ever seen a rectangle cabochon?
That must be really hard to do because some gemstones don't like to be cut on straight right angle lines because that causes them to crack or fracture. So that must be really tricky to get a piece that will do that.
They're brand new, Sarah. They only came through the door this morning.
Wow.
And look at the shapes. Look at that one.
I'm loving the patterns on those.
I love it. You know what? You've got these. It's reminded me of a painting. Gustav Klimt, Mother and Child. You know where you get
yes.
really dark colours and there's suddenly a splash of bright, and you're like, whoa, really powerful, but also quite calming at the same time. Well, isn't this lovely? Look at that. And actually, Matteo, come closer to the green. Can you see the green in this? Well, I love this. It's like a dragon rising up. Mother and Child, the kiss, all of that, Gustav Klimt, isn't he? RKN V21, your black line. I can see things in these cabochons, yes. I can normally see things, can't I? They like to ask. There's a lot of 70s hair going on in my, do you know what I mean? Those big, the art that my mum used to collect from the 70s. Let me see what I can see. I can see a lot of billowing smoke. I can see tornadoes. Oh my gosh, I can see the most amazing face in this one. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not. Just right here. Let me show you him. Here he is. Here's his nose. Here's his eye. And his face is going down there. Can you see that? Well, you've got to get more cabochons in your life. You see it. Good. Thank you, Tom. Well, you can see a troll, but this is the thing. You can see. I can also see a massive face. Look. Hang on. Where's it gone? Yeah, there. Right, nose, looking up, there's his eye, and there's his hair. It's somebody looking up towards the sky. RKN V21, yeah, kind of animated chap.
Do you know what these remind me of? Have you ever been to the water lily house at Kew?
No, I haven't been to Kew.
And you get all the
in Kew Gardens?
Yes, and you get all the water lilies on the top, but then you get all the plant life underneath the water, and you get all of these beautiful reflections and the depth of tone on tone.
I should go.
They're beautiful. Just honestly, if you just, to anybody who needs a creative sort of burst, go somewhere like a big park or somewhere there's lots of natural foliage and water and things like that, and it just changes, you know, you just have a look and just get that real natural sort of inspiration. But they just remind me of looking into the water at the water lily house.
I do love looking at these kinds of things because they're really, these are gorgeous cabochons, very Gemma Crow. £90.95. Jasper, gorgeous Jasper. Now, I'm going to give you some rose quartz and amethyst. A lot of you have been texting in about the rose quartz stars that I grabbed earlier. Well, I'm going to give them to you now. Big pieces, cut into stars. Really pretty. Look at it. Very hazy, lazy, sunny day kind of strands, aren't they? I love them. I think they're fabulous. These are going to make the most pretty Easter gifts. You can make earrings, key rings, trinkets, ornamental pieces. You can make bracelets with one star, an anklet with one star. You can make the necklace part with the amethyst and one star pendant. I mean, Sarah, these are great for anybody who's just beginning at jewellery making.
Oh, definitely. They're really easy just to make. You know, if you want to take 3 strands through the chips, so put the chips onto 3 different strands of beading thread, use one of the stars and put all 3 pieces of beading thread through and make those little clusters of chips. I just think they look amazing because they just add body and light and texture to your jewellery. Very simply, you could use them that way. If you're just starting out on your wire work journey, these stars or flowers or however you want to do it make beautiful rings, they make beautiful cufflinks. My husband wears a lot of sort of this light pink shirt, so they would make beautiful cufflinks for him. You know, just so many different things you can use them for. Simple earrings, they look, I always find hearts and stars are the one thing that if I put them out on either on my page to sell or on when I go to fairs or I do talks about jewellery, they're the one thing people want, the stars and the hearts. They always go so quickly.
And for £8.95, Sarah, you got lots. What about cufflinks with these stars? They'd be so pretty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 27 on your strand. And then a double strand of beautiful, tranquil, pink amethyst. How gorgeous. February's birth gemstone in the amethyst, and you've got the gemstone of friendship in the pink quartz. KPG C65, the perfect pinks, 230 carats in that rose quartz, by the way. Loads of value, absolutely. Stacks of you there on the phone lines. It is wonderful to see you all today. Thank you so much for all your text messages, for all your text messages. Now, Philip. Oh, Philippe. Très bien, Philippe. A whole show in French. I don't know enough French though. I can't speak French, but I'll let the funky music. Look. Look at that sparkle. It's absolutely exquisite. Think about doing a bit of a ballroom dance. What about Valentine's Day? It's coming up soon.
Yes, we all
Isn't
need
it?
those new pieces of jewellery to go with that special evening dress that you might have. That, you know, you might have a dress that you don't necessarily wear a lot, but you just want a new set of jewellery to go with it, you know, for that special occasion.
Definitely.
My children are getting almost old enough that we might even get an evening out for Valentine's rather than having to stay in.
Will they not be babysat then, the children?
Well, it's just difficult in sort of where we are to get babysitters and things like that, and they don't really like it anymore. They're sort of, Daniel's 12 now, so
So he feels like
yeah.
They go on sleepovers instead.
That's it. We normally just get the neighbour to keep an eye on them. So, you know, they pop in and they pop over to the neighbours, and then once it's bedtime, one of the neighbours' older children come and sit with them.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. There's no way I could leave Max with Mia. Mia's going to be 14, but no.
You see, once Daniel turns 13, he said he will quite happily babysit his brother.
I want you to know you're getting the whole trio for £6.95. A cabochon. I think you'd be very hard pressed to find the black agate cabochon anywhere else under that price tag. Look at the black agate rice beads as well that were really, really sparkly. And then you've got these like sort of, I want to call them saucers, rondelli saucers. Amazing, amazing value. If for nothing else but your stash, get this. The value is superb. OEG C97, back to black, £6.95. It's pocket money, isn't it? Absolute pocket money. Lisa, you've got yours. Carol, Lindsay, Louise, Bet, anonymous jewellery maker in the West Midlands. Make sure you check it out, baskets. Look at the value you're seeing here. Have a look at that. Incredible. It's incredible. Vera, you've got yours. Jewellery Maker in London, you've got yours. What else can you buy for £6.95? Blanca, you've got yours. This is incredible, incredible value, Sarah. There is no way I don't think you'd find a cabochon for £6.95 in that big crafty store.
No, I don't think you would. You may find, I don't even think you'd find a synthetic version in that sort of place, because these are such feature pieces. And then to have all of the accent gemstones to go with it, which allows you then to make a real suite of jewellery, whether you want to just take that cabochon and wire wrap it on its own and then have a few accent gemstones. But to have that bundle there, to me, is probably 7 or 8, maybe even 9 or 10 pieces of jewellery in one bundle. So, you know, for that price, it's just amazing.
It is, absolutely. £6.95. OEG C97 is your item code. Well, we're going to go for a quick break, after which we're going to be back with the next designer inspiration.
Well, today on the Kumihimo course with Sara, Elvin, I've been learning how to do different types of braiding. I've been learning how to do the bracelets, I've been doing square braids, round braids, how to put beads onto them and how to put findings on, as I didn't know how to do any of this before the course. I actually found the course through going onto the JewelleryMaker studio site and finding the tutorials and the workshops on the course, getting in touch with the studio and inquiring about the course. Before then, I didn't even know that the JewelleryMaker even existed. It has been a wonderful experience, as I have learned so much that I never even knew existed before today. It has been a wonderful experience. I would recommend anybody at all to come on this course, as it has opened my eyes to a whole new world.
JewelleryMaker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Today's course has been really good. I've been on the Macrame course with Deborah, and we've been doing quite a lot of knotting techniques and bringing them together to make a little small owl. And then we're currently working on a freeform necklace or bracelet, which is really good because there's no rules. It's been a really good day. You get an awful lot from it, just in terms of being able to use your own imagination to transfer it into the piece that you're making, and it's just been a really good day, yeah.
Come and join guest designer Deb Rudge on our Micro Macrame course. You'll learn how to do basic macrame knots using different combinations of fine cords and gemstones. During the day, you'll create some stunning pieces that you'll be able to take home. The full course includes a selection of hemp and wax cord and Eslon thread, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, and a chance to visit our museum and shop, all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
JewelleryMaker is your one-stop shop
for all your jewellery making needs.
Our mission is to provide you with the best quality products,
value for money, and excellent customer service.
Come and learn with us.
Tune in every day from 9 AM to 9 PM.
JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share. If you miss a JewelleryMaker show, then simply go to our YouTube page, where you'll be able to find hours of JewelleryMaker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with JewelleryMaker.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with JewelleryMaker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our JewelleryMaker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
I've got to say, I've just picked up Sarah's kit, and I tell you something, the cabochon. I don't know if yours was as utterly amazing as mine was, but oh my gee. Look at this. Now that is remarkable. Is that enhanced in any way? Can I have a look? I don't know if you can see it. I don't know whether the cabochons come up. That is 100% natural. To anybody out there who's really into their crystal healing and stuff like that, this. And it's bronzite. I think this is absolutely, that's the best bronzite I've ever seen in my life.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Look at it on the reverse. This is the best, oh, gosh, I love bronzite. That is, look at the metallics behind the inclusions. They're incredible. Now, that was a brilliant find.
Oh,
Whoever
it's
bought
amazing.
those in, brilliant. That's going in my collection. Now, I mean with all my heart, that is the best bronzite, not even just a cabochon actually. That's the best bronzite I've ever seen. The quality is staggering actually. And I've got more bronzite in here as well. That cabochon, best in the world ever that I've seen. Then I'm going to give you some drums of I can't get over that.
It's gorgeous,
I'm a bit
isn't it?
dumbstruck by that. Drumstruck, yes, nice one, Philip. I am bringing you now bronzite drums, hence the puns. Look at that. It's quite unbelievable, isn't it? 0.6 wire. I haven't finished with the gemstones yet. Hey, last time we saw agate like this in these colours was ages ago.
I know. And they've got...
Hey, sorry, I was like, hey, Sarah, hey.
They've almost got like an internal light in those agates. They're just so unusual. They've got like lights coming through from inside them. They're just beautiful. I did wonder if they were some sort of rutilated quartz.
They're amazing.
That
Have you ever seen in posh cafes, and my gran used to have this, in a bowl, big crystals of sugar?
Oh, yes.
We said this before,
Yes.
didn't we? What is it called? The big crystal
it's
sugar?
cane sugar, isn't it? Is it rock sugar, cane sugar?
I don't know. You
Yeah.
used to be able to buy it.
You still can. If you go to the...
Where do I get that from?
You can get it from health food shops, but also you can get it in certain larger supermarkets. If you go to where all the sugars are, you get it in a box, but it's normally right up at the top or right up at the bottom.
Expensive.
Yeah, where they hide all the expensive things, up at the top shelf or bottom shelf, I think.
Well, it looks like that. I used to remember pinching that when I was a kid and going, this is yummy.
Yeah.
Or giving it to the horses. Putting it in my pocket, my gran would be like, don't take that, take the sugar lumps. Look. Well, I love this kit, I gotta say it. And I'll be honest, I wasn't up for cords previously to Christmas Day, so it's a new thing for me. You've got wax cord and you've got the antique gold beading thread, which you can use for Kumihimo and things, and also a lovely chocolate cord as well. Now I'm going to give you something else, which we haven't seen for ages, and I love these. Rubber jump rings, rubber jump rings. I love them. Now, what's Sarah going to have done with hers? Because you can stretch them, you can poke them into things, you can tease them over gemstones, all sorts of things these little rascals can get up
I've
to.
done all sorts of different things with them. There's things that I didn't sort of go down the chainmail route personally, because I wanted to give people an opportunity to use them in different ways. So I've used them in sort of the ways that I thought that they would be really different, and I've set the cabochon with them.
Aha, mentioning that cabochon, I've got to show it you again. This is the best bronzite cabochon I have ever seen in my life. It's in fact the best bronzite I've ever seen in my life. I think you're going to love it. It's bronzite, Claire. It's amazing, isn't it? Claire, what is that? It's bronzite. I've never seen it like this before. Look at that. Can you see the metallic behind the bronze? It looks like a new earth. The humans are dead, doesn't it? Don't you think?
It does. It's just, you know, it reminds me of really antique mirrors, and you get that
Gilding.
edge, and you get the edge of the mirror.
I've got one of those.
And you just sort of see this quality sort of creeping under where the gilt on the back of the mirror is sort of aged. Just
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
And each one is so different and so mesmerising. They're beautiful.
I'm connecting with this. Sorry, Claire, I'm having one of my moments with the stone. I can actually see my reflection in this stone, which is a scary thought for some. And I'm the right way up, not like when it's on a spoon.
Yes. Has to be concave.
Would it be weird if you got home and my reflection was in yours as well? I am your new leader. £34.60. I love this. I'm having this, don't even think about it. FYGC50 is your item code. 20, can I be really honest with you? I would pay a tenner for that cabochon on its own and think, you got a bargain there, girl.
Yeah.
Because it's that remarkable. I've been attacked by my cat in the middle of the night during sleep, Claire. I woke up to searing pain because I wasn't giving my cat attention. She decided to attack me.
She just hadn't realised, you know, you were...
It's because all these male cats are hanging around. She hasn't been you-know-whatted yet, so I won't let her out.
Yeah. So
I keep getting biased opinions. Let her have a litter of kittens. Don't let her have a litter of kittens. Don't do. Well, because we normally have cats down the yard for ratters.
Yeah.
We've only got one ratter at the moment, so we're thinking maybe have some kittens and they can be ratters. But I'll end up falling in love with... Anyway, all these male cats are outside going, Mom. And my dog, I told you, didn't I? Mom. I was like, what is that? Stood on my doorstep in a Where's Wally onesie to a cat calling me Mum. It was weird. Mom. I was like, I am not your mother, despite the rumours. Now get out. Oh, yeah. We bear no resemblance. But anyway, so my cat keeps going all crazy. The other day I was like around by the bottom of the stairs. She stuck her hands out, are they called hands, paws, through the banister prongs and just boffed me around the face. I was like, ow! My daughter thought it was the funniest thing she'd ever seen. Come on, cat lovers. Cats are weird, aren't they?
They are. I've never had a cat.
Oh, I have always had cats, but outdoor cats, but I'm actually loving my cat. I want to show everybody that cabochon over on the overhead because I want you to see how remarkable it is.
I put the other one next to it just so you can see. They are both absolutely beautiful.
They're gorgeous. I'm a big fan of those cabochons. Have a look at that colour. I mean, I've never, Sarah, seen anything like that colour in my life in bronze. I think it's quite striking.
Do you know, and they've got the title of this sort of kit perfect because my husband only drinks black coffee. And when I make the coffee, you end up with this sort of tone sitting on the top and then these deeper, darker bits. Yeah. And you end up with these deeper, darker tones coming through underneath. And I just think that's absolutely a perfect title.
And what a kit, what super jewellery you've made. I love it. You've done some herringbone weaves, you've done some big chunky weaves, you've done some classic yet modern pieces. I love it. I love it. Look at that one. That's lovely. That's not unlike that one that you just demonstrated.
It's similar,
actually.
But just shows that
With
using different gemstones, it looks completely different. So it allows you to just have a little bit of a play. And I love those larger gemstones being put in there. You know, just allows you to do it. And I've just used the jump rings slightly differently and a bit of different macrame in there as well. So we're going to show you how to set the cabochon, and I've used the jump rings to actually capture the cabochon inside the braiding.
So let's get a closer look. How fabulous is that? So we've got plenty of time, we've got a whole hour.
Right, okay, so I've set up the demo for you into little stages. So
this one's mine, don't forget, I'm taking that home.
You have that one, okay,
thank you.
Okay, so what I've done is on my board, I've got 2 lazy strands of cord, and I'm using the sort of mocha colour cord as opposed to the deeper, darker cord. But if you want to use a darker cord,
like a camely colour.
Yeah, I mean you get 2 different colours of cord in here. So if you want to use a darker colour, that's absolutely fine.
Okay.
So I've got 2 lazy strands. They need to be a good length because we're going to make part of the neckline with it. And as with all macrame, it eats your cords. So even though you think, oh, I've got a really long length for either side of my neckline, by the time you start knotting and things, it'll shrink down. So have more than you need. If you have any offcuts, you can always use them to make things like your own tassels and things like that. And then I've got 2 separate pieces, which I've just started and done 2 square knots. And these are going to give me 4 cords at the top and 4 cords at the bottom when I've finished my braid. And what I've done is I've done 2 square knots to start off with, and then onto both of my working cords, I've added one of the jump rings on either side. And they're really easy to add. The holes in the centre of them are the perfect size, and your cords will fit through them beautifully. For those of you who don't know how to do a square knot, you create a loop on one side and it crosses over the lazy strands. And then on the opposite side, you take your cord, cross it over the one that's just come over your lazy strands. And the way I get people to get this second cord in the right place is if you look, you've got a cross here, where that cord's crossing that one. And if you take the second cord right underneath the cross, you'll not get it wrong. And you do one to the left and a mirror image
To the left,
to the right. And that anchors those cords in. Now if you find, like me, sometimes this will come loose like that. I sometimes do both knots like that and then just tighten the first one up and bring the second one straight up after it.
Righto.
And that has anchored those two in there. And then, so if I show you, you don't have to always tighten them up. You can sometimes leave them loose like that. And then you can pull those tight. So there we go, 1 and 2. And then you're ready to add on your jump rings to your working strands. So
Okay,
the
so
lazy
you do 2 lots and then a jump.
And then a jump ring.
2, then jump.
Yeah, so on with the jump rings. Just let those slide down. I found it easier to add them as I went. Some people would add them to the cords and tie a knot on the end, and then you've already got them added to your cords. I found it easier just to add them as I went. So if I've done 1 square knot, half a square knot to the left side and 1 to the right side, so I can just pull that first one up and then the second one straight after just to tighten those up, and you can see these will just move around. What you're going to do is you're going to do that so you've got 2 square knots and a jump ring on either side 12 times. So you've got 12 lots of jump rings added. Now, quite frankly, you probably don't want to watch me do that. It's the same all the way down. Okay. So I'm just going to take this one off my board and show you one that I've already done.
Now that's in a loop though, so you...
It's in a loop. All I've done, and I just did this so I could just check it was the right size. I'll undo it so you can see exactly what I've done.
Oh, you just knotted it up.
I have. So what I've done is the 2 lazy strands either side. Just take those, bring them together, leave your working and tying cords out to either side, and just tie an overhand double knot.
Now you sized it up against that cabochon first before you did that.
And I would always, although I've said 12, I would always recommend that you tie the single knot and then see if your cabochon fits inside.
Because everyone's tensions are different.
Everyone's tensions are different. Also, you know, the circumference of a cabochon might millimetres be slightly different, possibly. But this is also if you're using a different cabochon, for instance, if you've got a pear shape or whatever and you want to set it in exactly the same technique, then you'll need to measure that cabochon. Good way of measuring a cabochon is just to use a spare piece of cord. Lay your cabochon flat onto your work surface and measure around the cabochon with a spare piece of cord, like that. And that's a good way of getting an accurate measurement of the size of your cabochon. So that will tell you, once I cut those cords there, that will give me an accurate measurement of my cabochon, and that will work with any cabochons, as long as it's a cord that's not got any spring in it. So I'm going to take my 2 centre cords, tie an overhand knot. So these are not my working cords, the ones that I was tying the square knots in. These are the ones that ran up the centre of my braid. I'm just going to pull that together and pull those quite tight because I don't want that to come undone. And these cords can slip, so oop. I nearly got a jump ring in your teeth. I'm really sorry.
I had cloud clay in my tea the other day. I bounced a bouncy ball of cloud clay and it landed in
It's
my
a good job it's non-toxic, really, isn't it?
I didn't drink it after that. I thought I'd best not.
Okay, so what that's going to give you is going to give you 4 cords on either side of this little loop. And then what we're going to do is pop my cabochon in, just check it fits, like so, which it does. And it wants to be quite a tight fit, because when I put the cords through to pull this tight, I'm not going to have huge amount of movement on this braid. On the one I did on the previous kit, I've got a lot of movement on that braid, so I can almost pull it up like a drawstring bag. Whereas this one's a little bit less forgiving, so you need to get that measurement right. Always just keep offering the braid up to the cabochon, make sure it's a good fit. If it's not, just add an extra little you can add an extra square knot at each end. If it's not quite like a ½ centimetre, you'll want to add another jump ring as well.
Okay, now before you move on to the next stage, I've got the large, I haven't seen these.
These are brilliant.
Mega bobbin.
They are.
The mega bobbin. I'm going to get these mega bobbins out.
You know, I use these for so many different things, not just for Kumihimo.
They look like the things you put inside your bra to make your boobs look bigger. Let's.
I wouldn't know. I've never used those.
All right, poster. No. Well, that's what they do look like, Philip. No.
Oh dear.
Oh, now I can't look at them in the same light, can you?
No.
Let's look at them that way up, shall we, jewellery makers?
That's not helping.
Now, let's open them up, actually, yes. Now, these are the empty bobbins, ready for you to put your cord on, and these can be used in so many different... Did that get you? It took me like she wanted to cry. So I'm so sorry, Sarah, Elvin, normally... absolutely wonderful in these situations until she's with me. Now, loads of you. But it's not just the 4 you get 8. They stack up. Sarah, have you got these?
I have.
I won't ask you what for.
For doing my braiding with.
They're only £6.95 for 8. Is that a good price tag?
It's an amazing price tag. I haven't seen these larger bobbins for sale in bundles of 8 like this. Normally you have to buy them singly, or you might get 3 or 4, and they're normally quite a sort of a considered purchase. So to have 8 altogether, which means it's really perfect if you're doing...
That's an actual big 8-stranded Kumihimo.
It is, but it's also brilliant if you're doing a mixed corded Kumihimo. So you might have chain on one of these. You
can't chain with Kumihimo.
You can. You can put the chain into your Kumihimo.
And use it as a working cord?
Yes,
Crikey,
you can
I never
indeed.
thought of that.
Or if you're using larger beads and you've got a strand with all your beads on, and you can put all your beads actually on the strand in there to stop them tangling up. I use this for the Masari threads.
What's a Masari thread?
Sari threads.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said Masari. Oh, you meant your Sari. The Masari thread.
I've been a bit Yorkshire there. Masari threads. But also I use these, if I'm using things like the sari threads and I'm doing lots of macrame or braiding, I use it as an actual working, like a shuttle. And I take it underneath my threads and actually knot my cords.
So it actually makes your technique easier?
It does, because if you're working on a long, say a lazy strand, or you've got lots of knots that you're going to need to do, and your cords are really, really long, so you spend hours pulling them through all the time, and that can actually also not only be time consuming but can also wear your cords as well through pulling them through each other. They sort of have that friction on each other. And so what I do is I use this as a shuttle, especially if I'm doing things like vertical half hitches. Take it under, do my knot, and then take it back and use it as a shuttle, so that the cord actually just stays on there, and it means your knots form a lot quicker. So it saves you time and it protects your cords as well.
And these are almost so that somebody sent a text message in. Let's have a look. What does it say? Tell me what it says. If you're going to put them in your bra, make sure they're closed. Okay. Or just don't. Just don't. Thanks, Lorraine, you are funny. RMG C21. Now I've got the teeny ones, but these ones are actually with thread. Now don't forget you get 8 of those. Loads of you multi-buying. We need to buy 2 if you want a 16.
That's right.
Oh dear.
But you can also use them just to display your cords as well. You can just put a ribbon through the centre and hang your cords all preloaded on there onto your craft room wall.
And it looks pretty, and then you've got everything to hand then, haven't you?
Well, quite often if you put things away, you forget you've got them, and then it sort of limits your creativity. So if you've actually got them so you can see them, you'll use them more often.
Like the perfumes, I put everything on display. Me and Mia put all of our stuff in the bathroom, and we went in and I went, oh my gosh, it looks ridiculous in here, let's take it all down. We had like 700 different bubble baths. So I was like, Mia, we've got to take this down, it looks ridiculous.
That's like me and the kids, because they've got all their things and I've got all mine.
Oh. Don't get me started on Max's David Beckham cosmetics collection. £6.95 the bobbin along collection. Orange, yellow, red satin cords. orange, yellow, purple, I missed out purple, and red satin cords, 10 metres of each on the bobbin. 0800 644 655, we're very busy for these. I wonder what that was in the background then, have a look. It looks a bit curious, like a mouse has come along, but it's actually a jump ring. Ali Defoy hasn't let a rabbit on the table.
Right, okay, so while we're looking at those, all I've done is I've taken one of the side cords and I've taken it all the way through and around through the jump rings. So if I show you there, can you see it's gone through all the way through all the jump rings on that one side. And so what I'm going to be able to do then is to use that, so if I pop that down, is to use that, I'll put my cabochon in there, and then I find the right cord, I can now pull that tighter to the
Have you got
front.
to really pull it then so
You
it hugs
don't, because all you need to do is to get that cord literally to come round, because if you pull it too tight, if I flick this over, you won't have enough to cover around on the back. So you're going to do exactly the same thing on the back, go round through there and then pull that tight, and all you do is just knock them off at the top, and that will lock your cabochon in. It is enough to be able to do that. So I'm not going to finish doing that now, so you can see how that would work. You just go through that one on this side with just any of these cords, really just go through like that on the back, and then you'll be able to lock that one in, and all you need to do is just pop the jump rings so they're standing directly upright and go all the way around. I'm not going to do that now, and that will lock your cabochon into place like so. So you can see already it's starting to make shape and take form. Then what you're going to do is you're going to split the cords so you have 4 running to either side.
Okay.
I'm going to show you.
Does it matter which cords go where?
It really doesn't matter. You'll find they naturally will go to either side from when you've knotted them off, so they'll actually naturally do that. And what I'm going to do is just pin this to my board, just with some standard pins. So whatever pins you've got, if you've got the T-pins, brilliant. If you haven't, it doesn't matter.
Those are just as good, aren't they?
Just as good, the household pins, it really doesn't matter. And all that's doing is anchoring that there, so when I'm working on this, it's not going to move around. Otherwise, you've got nothing to work against. So I'm going to take the cords to start off with.
Oh, are you doing them across? So you've taken 2 cords and put them in the middle?
Just to start off with.
And they're your lazies?
They're my lazies, because what I want to do is bring all these cords together here, just to start off with. So all I'm going to do to start off is do 1, 2 square knots. So 1/2 that way, 1/2 this way. Because I haven't anchored this, it will move that cabochon. Okay, like so. So that's your 2 knots in there. And that's enough just to bring all of those together to stop them moving. If I don't do that, they're all sort of going in different directions. These are bringing them all into the right place for me. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start to do a different type of macrame knotting. And what I need to do is just to anchor the 2 left-hand cords to my board, and I'm going to take not the furthest right, but the second right. So one sort of almost into the middle. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the cord, I'm going to form the shape of a 4, and I'm going to go underneath that cord, the first cord that's anchored to my board, so if you like the second from the left, and pull that up. And I'm going to repeat. So another number 4, take the cord through and under and pull it up. And then I'm going to do exactly the same thing onto the next cord, so the furthest to the left, if you like. So I'm moving my design to that side, like that. So I've done those 2, and then I'm going to put that cord that I was just knotting with to this side. Okay. And then this cord that's now on the furthest on the right hand side, we're going to do exactly the same thing. So we're going to go under, knot, under and knot, and then we're going to move on to the next cord over, which is this one, under, oops, a knot, under a knot, and then on to the last one. So you're moving all the time from the right to the left. And then I'm going to repeat that process. You can see my cord now that was from the furthest on the right has now moved to the furthest on the left. So you probably want to reposition your cords in your board so they're more central. And then you're ready to repeat that process. So I'm going to take this second one in from the right, go under a knot. This creates like a little filigree for you. So each cord you're going to do 2 little knots. 1 and 2. You see, because these cords are a lot larger, you can do this with the S-long cords and you end up with a really fine lace-like appearance coming into your piece. And then I'm working that last cord on the right hand side now. 1, 2. 1 and 2. And then 2 onto the last cord. And that's the filigree part of that neckline done. And you'll do exactly the same on the other side, but you'll work in the opposite direction. So I'm working right to left at the moment, and on the opposite side you work left to right to create that. So you'll end up with this sort of lace piece that you've got these little loops coming at the bottom, will end up on the bottom on both sides.
Yeah.
And then all I did was, because I wanted to add the jump rings in there, is I just went back and just did 1 square knot with my cords over the 2 middle ones. So a left hand side and then a right hand side, and that allows you to create that last little bit of filigree. And then take your 2 lazy cords, and onto those you're going to add, I think it's 3 jump rings, and it'll go over both cords, no problem at all. So 1, and if you find this tricky, you can seal the ends of your cords. I don't know if you can see, because I've been working on this one, it's become a little bit
frayed.
Yeah, but you can seal them quite easily just with if you've got one of those household candle lighters, you know, or what you use for lighting the stove. That's
wave it.
Yeah, I always call it my flamethrower. Because it's
don't use an actual
flamethrower. The flame on it's tiny though, so you know it's for lighting candles and things like that. Or if you haven't got that, you know, you can use a match lighter, a tea light or something like that, and use that. And then
so 3
onto the 2 what will be the lazy strands, and then just a standard square knot to anchor them, like so.
How does that not slip over the top? Is it the way you've done it, or is it just?
It will naturally anchor around the 2 lazy strands, so it will actually. It
will try not to go.
It'll try not to, yeah, because that's its natural form. It just wants to hug those 2 lazy strands in the centre there. Once you've done that on both sides, and I did 2 square knots at the end just after this. Once you've done it on both sides, you're ready to add your ribbon clasps onto there, and your ribbon clasps. Where have I gone? I have
ribbon clasps.
Oh, there they are. I've hidden them under my pins. Your ribbon clasp will quite happily take 4 of those cords, no problem. But if you're lucky enough to have what I can see here,
I've got
use these as well.
So before you do the ribbon clasps, I'm going to give you an alternative. Now, we've got the gold and we've got the rose gold. Now, you're actually a big advocate for these, Sarah, aren't you?
I am. I think these are just such a professional way to finish your work off. They are, especially if they're lower down the neckline, because I think they add feature, they add that opulence as well, to have that extra bit of metal work in your pieces, to add that, you know, that gold plating there, or in the rose gold instance, they just add that extra bit of opulence.
We have the bell-shaped ends in the small, the medium, the large and the extra large. You can see there on the top row. Then we've got the blanks, and I love those because you can letter stamp into them, you can use them as charms. You've got the oval jump rings. Talk to me about an oval jump ring. Why would I need one of those?
The reason we use oval jump rings with these is not only because they fit through the end of the finding perfectly.
So the bell-shaped finding needs a bit of an oval.
You hide the join in the jump ring underneath the loop in the finding itself.
Oh.
So it creates that additional strength. And an oval jump ring, if you try and pull it apart, pull it out of shape, takes a lot more effort than a round jump ring.
Isn't it funny that we do everything in rounds then? So let's have another look at the pack again so that I can talk you through it. There we go. Oh, there we go. Then you've got the toggle clasps. You've got the oval jump rings, you've got the toggle clasp, then you've got the pendant bails there. So that pendant bail will slide onto your Kumihimo or your Macrame, and then you can hang a pendant from it, or whatever you want from it, a gemstone, whatever you want from that. NOAZ42 gold on copper, all yours for $9.95. Brilliant price tag. Are these hard to find, these kinds of endings?
They're hard to find in all the sizes together, and what's hard to find is the quality you're going to get here. I've had them before where I've bought them from elsewhere, before JewelleryMaker did them, and the quality of the strength of the metal in the finding itself wasn't there. Now, bear in mind.
So it's flimsy. What difference does it make?
Bear in mind, you know, if this is on a bracelet and you put your wrist down on that finding many times, it can misshape that finding, because of course it's a hollow round finding, and although it's got cords inside it, it can be weakened with that weight. These are not going to do that. They're not going to misshape if you hold them with your pliers. They're not going to do any of that. They're going to have, and they have that longevity as well. And if you've gone into all that work of making a Kumihimo piece, the last thing you want is for the finding to be the thing that's not going to give you the quality.
And you don't want it to come apart.
No,
of course, you spent all that time. So that's in the traditional gold, and I'm going to give you the exact same, but in the rose gold. Nice to have a mix of both, and actually nice to mix both up together.
I love mixing and matching my metals. I think it's so rich and warm and opulent.
Me too.
And I think the days of being a silver wearer or being a gold wearer are long gone.
Mix it all up now. And it looks really pretty. Cartier did the ring, and then Bulgari did the ring, and then Gucci did the ring, and it was all three different golds, and everyone loved it.
That's it.
And ever since we've thought, well, hang on, who made up this crazy rule? And so we don't support that rule anymore. We definitely love to mix all of our different precious metal colours. TQAZ84, the Kumihimo kit. Bell-shaped ends in small, medium, large and extra large. The pendant bails, the oval jump rings, and your gorgeous heart blanks. And again, those are $9.95 for you as well. So Sarah, we're finishing off.
We are.
Going to leave those on your screen now. We've still got a whole 20 minutes left, so
that's okay. Don't worry, I've got a little bit more that I'm going to show you. Yes.
Brilliant. Okay, so let's continue with gorgeous Lady McElvin.
Okay, so what I've done now is we've finished off our piece of macrame here. We've got our little jump rings in there, we've got our square knot in there, and it's completely up to you. And this is what I love about these ribbon clasp endings. If you use two with the S shape left on there, so if you take two with the S shapes and take the chain extenders off, what you can do is make this an interchangeable neckline piece. So if you put that on either end, you've then ready, if you've made a Kumihimo piece with those beautiful ends on, you can then mix and match. So I've got chain on there at the moment, but you could, if you do two with the 2S clasps, then change the chain off and put back on a Kumihimo neckline piece. You might want to put a macrame one on there, you might want to put a braided one on there.
There we go.
You can do all sorts with it.
So you can change that the way you wear it.
Yes. And what I do with my pieces is I always lay them flat on my board like this, and then what I do is I take the clasp to the piece of work, and I don't put it right up here because I don't know if you can see these cords are kicking out here from the square knot, so they're not close to each other. So I put my clasp on where the cords are nearer to each other, and then just slide that down, which will then encapsulate all the cords, and then I turn it over.
And that keeps it neat.
It does. It keeps it neat. It brings
your fingers to pinch it in, are you, or just a little?
No, just holding that there. I like to keep my fingernail on the cords, on top of the clasp, and then let me find some flat nose pliers. I don't know where they've all gone. Here we go. Here we are. And then you're just going to gently rock one side in. And if you've got more cords, what you can do is bring both sides together just to sort of stop them from popping out, and then gently rock the other side down, like so. And then you'll have the correct side facing the right way.
Nice and strong then.
Yeah, I always do it that way because then I know that flat side, the decorative side that's not showing the join, will always be on the top of my work. If you try and sort of do it the other way around, you don't always get that facing the right way for you. So that's how that piece was all put together. And I'm just going to show you how to put the macrame piece in the round together. That one there.
This one here?
Yeah.
There we go.
So this is quite a quick one to put together.
Oh, we got plenty of time. We got a
I
whole 20.
know.
Now, while you're getting that ready, then I'll give everybody the wire. And I've got 100 metres of 1mm gauge antique bronze wire. You didn't think we were meant to do this one? Well, we're doing it now, Philip. It's going to go very well with your kit. It's a gorgeous colour is this, because it goes with so much, and it keeps a kind of rustic, kind of classic, kind of ethnic, all at the same time, if you can be all three.
Yes.
And it does mix really nicely with a copper colour that looks like rose gold.
Yes.
It'll twist beautifully. 1mm will make rings. 1mm will make jump rings for you. 1mm is strong and will give you structure. 1mm wire has so much about it. It's probably my favourite when I started because you can wrap onto it, you can make from it. I used to make lots of rings, and I think you can make a lot of findings out of 1mm as well. So for me, it's about versatility with 1mm gauge, and it can be your backbone of your piece as well. It's strong enough for that. Should be £27.95. Oh, you're going to get in so much trouble for that, Phil. Phil actually thought that he'd bought out 50 metres and it's 100 metres.
Oh my goodness. Just pop it in your basket. Don't think about it.
Don't say anything to anyone. Just do it quick.
Yeah.
Are you mad? They're taking it. Phil went, oh, they're really taking advantage of that. Well, what do you think? What did you think was going to happen? BBJ M44 should not be this price tag. Will not be ever guaranteed this price tag on screen again. Let me see all your gorgeous names on the screen. Phil, let's have a look. Phil's going, oh, I'm going to get in trouble. Look how many people are on there now. Well, you know, actually, that's the price tag for 50 metres now.
I know.
So he is actually going to get into trouble for that.
I won't say anything.
You'll take a bullet for us, will you, Phil? That's what you just said.
I love my 1mm wire. I use it for all my neckline pieces, all my base pieces to work on, and it's just so versatile. And if you're just starting wire work, this is the one I would get for all that sort of base pieces, for making all your wrapped bangles and brangles, for doing any structural pieces. And the 1mm will go beautifully through these wonderful agate as well.
Oh, it will?
It will. I mean, both the 0.6 goes through all of those easily, but definitely the 1mm will go through those beautiful agate.
Over half the stock's gone.
I'm not surprised, I'm not surprised.
Poor Phil.
Oh dear.
Sorry, Philly.
He's gonna be in trouble.
Anthony and Mercia. Oh gosh, everyone's at it. Multi-buyers, I can see them. I don't know what to say to you. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say to you. It wasn't my fault, was it? That's all right then.
Right, okay. So it's a bit different, this piece, because I've done a macrame centrepiece, and you may have seen these sort of centerpieces done by myself and Gemma, these sort of floral art deco swags and swirl type pieces, but I've incorporated the macrame into that because I just thought it was such a nice way to be able to bring texture into it as well. So you can see this bottom piece here, it's got the macrame coming around it, and then we're working the macrame out from there as well. And it's all done in one go, so you don't need to add that centre bit onto the outside. So what I've got is I've got one piece of beading thread running down the centre of my board, and this is going to be my my lazy strand for knotting round, but it's also going to be the piece that I put all my beads on as well.
Righto.
So I've got one, and it's anchored to the top of my macrame board, and it's anchored to the bottom of my macrame board. And on there at the moment, I've got one of these bronzite barrels. I've just put in here a pin. It's like a stopper. So all that's there for is for my first knot, I'm going to have something to stop up against, and this will allow me to use that.
Clever.
And that's the only reason that's there, is just to, when I tie my knot, you know, like we had the jump rings and it stopped automatically and went round. This is almost a similar sort of thing. I've got two pieces of my chocolate coloured cord, which is just gorgeous. And all I'm going to do is over that one strand and in front of my pin is start tying a square knot. Now this will want to ping open to start off with, don't worry, it's absolutely fine. And I'm just going to pull that up, and then once that's tied tight, I'm going to put my pin through the knot itself. Okay, and then I'm going to put my bronzite up and tie the other half of my square knot on the bottom. And again, that'll hug that bead. It won't want to pop over it, it'll just hug it, because half the knot's on top of that thread and half the knot's underneath. It can't get over the bead. This is where this is a little bit different, because now I've got my knot on there, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the strand, the lazy strand, and I'm actually going to start to form the part of that swag or floral piece. And to do that, in fact, I've put the wrong bead in the middle, but it doesn't matter. I'll show you with all bronzite rather than having the chocolate, the agate in there. It works just the same. Onto the top strand, I'm going to add 2 of the bronzite. So at the top of my lazy strand, I've got 2 bronzite there. I'm going to take the bottom of my lazy strand back through in the opposite direction through that bronzite. So now what was it? Whoops, just pull that cord through. What was the bottom lazy strand is now going to be the top of my lazy strand. And what was the top lazy strand is now going to be the bottom, and it's brought that together in a diamond shape there. So just going to anchor those 2 back to the board again. I'm going to pop on a bronzite, or an agate. It would be an agate if I'd done it the correct way, but you'll get the idea. And should we make that one an agate so you can see it? There we go.
There we are.
Yeah.
Easily righted.
Easily righted. I could write that one very quickly by just taking it back and undoing it. So I've got my first part of that design coming through. I'm then going to tie 1 square knot above the bead. It doesn't matter if you go left and right or right and left, it really doesn't matter. Whichever is your personal preference, as long as you have 1/2 of your square knot tied to the left and 1/2 tied to the right. I always do the left hand side first, but in my head I always say right instead of left. I don't know why.
Well, that's just confusing.
So I've got the knot there now, and I've got part of this triangle already formed here. So what I'm going to do again is take the top part of the lazy strand, add on a bronzite, disconnect the bottom part, because it's pinned to my board, it's not going to go anywhere, and take the bottom lazy strand through that bead in the opposite direction. So now what was at the bottom becomes the top, what was at the top becomes the bottom, and then we anchor that to the board. So can you see that's starting to come and curl round into a circle? So then we're going to add on another one of these. Whoop. If I can find the hole in the bead. There we go. Before I attach this strand to the bottom. And then again 1 square knot at the top and 1 to the bottom, like so. Bring your bead up, do your second one, and then I'm going to add another bronzite to my top lazy strand, top of the lazy strand, and then the bottom lazy strand is going to come through there in the opposite direction again, so like so. And you'd carry on doing that until you'd got as much of a circle. You can see it's starting to form now. It's starting to come into a crescent as you wanted. So I've got enough there to be able to do what I need to do. So what I'm going to do is unpin the piece, and onto the strand, the beading thread strand, we're going to come through another bronzite and then take it through the first bead we added at the top here, this bronzite bead. So this is going to give me 1 beading thread strand to the left and 1 beading strand to the right. So if I push that through there, like so, and I'm just going to disconnect all this from my board so I can get this the right way up for you so you can see. So if I pull all that together, can you see now I've got a piece that's coming to my left hand side and a piece that's coming to my right hand side, but I've also got 2 knotting strands at either side to be able to carry on the neckline piece. That's why it was important to start with 2 separate strands at the beginning, otherwise you'd end up only having knotting cords to one side. So we can attach this piece to our board again, like so, and we can now play marbles. Of course you won't do that at home. Start to work down the neckline piece.
Bead, Matt, yeah.
I do need a sticky
They're ace then.
I think there's one down there actually.
Oh, get it in.
Yeah. And so all I'm doing is one square knot just to bring that cord onto there, and I'm just going to have a quick look and see what I did. So all I did up the neckline piece was I did a section of 5 square knots just to bring it away from that pendant section, added one of the bronzite and did a square knot around it. But this section here, if you've not seen this done before, is all I've done is added on to this lazy strand one of those beautiful agates, and then what I did was, I didn't get these out because I knew they'd run away, is add onto the working strands on either side 5 of the jump rings, and then I added on a spacer bead, but I haven't got any of those out, so I'll just show you with the jump rings. It's not a problem.
One of these, yeah. Well, that'd be too.
Yeah, it's one of the. That's okay. I'll show you with the jump rings. It's not a problem.
Oh yeah, those. Yeah.
Yes, I think I've got some in here. I might have some in here. Oh, there. Oh. Let's see. Have I? There they are. There we go. So, 5 of the jump rings on one side, one of the spacer beads, and again, if you find that you have any difficulty getting the cord through the spacer beads, you can, these ones aren't going to go through, you can fuse the end of there. I think they were slightly different spacer beads. Those ones aren't playing. Oh, maybe that one. No, they're not playing today. We'll just do it with the jump rings. So it's 5 a spacer bead and then 5 more of the jump rings onto the side strand that you're knotting with. I'll just do this with these, that's absolutely fine. You'll see how it works anyway. And then you're going to do exactly the same on the opposite side. And I found it easier to strand these on if you actually hold your thread a little further back and then use it like a little needle, rather than trying to. So that's, and one more, and we're there. Okay. So you can imagine I've got the spacer beads in there. I don't know why they're not playing because I haven't got the ends of the cords fused. So I've got on both sides of my agate onto the knotting strands, I've added little jump rings, and this works beautifully if you make your own jump rings out of the wire as well. You can use exactly the same technique. What I would do is a similar technique to what I did when I created those little wire flowers, and actually create them in a spiral, not cut them singly, and then just put those on and you can just bend them around. It works beautifully. Fab. And then all I'll do is just tie again a standard square knot, top and bottom, and that brings those around beautifully and just adds that little floral texture to that piece. And you just take that up the neckline as long as you like, and that will create that design there.
I think that's quite tribal actually. Do you know that?
Do you know, I think certain aspects of this is quite masculine as well. So you could take certain bits out of it and it would be quite masculine. It's quite nice.
Yeah, you could go either way. Now, I've just been taking delivery of a bundle. Now, I love this banana yarn. I
love the colour.
I love the colour. Soft, gorgeous pinks. This is a very romantic pink.
It is.
Actually. Now, I'm also going to give you a romantic pink soutache cord, romantic pink satin cord, and romantic pink or milkshake pink. Don't keep saying romantic. It was annoying you, was it? Sorry. Well, it is romantic pink. And then the waxed cord as well. And then I'm going to give you party pink in the lace. And you've got, how many pieces of lace is here? How many pieces of lace? Is it 10 pieces? 10 pieces of lace. Look at that.
Ooh. Do you know, I love these pieces of lace. Even if I've used some of this lace, I've got a couple of dresses that were a little bit low cut for my liking, and I've used them as modesty panels. So
modesty panels.
I know, it's a nice way of saying it, isn't it? Just to cover up a little bit.
Have a look, you've got the soutache cord. I love that soutache cord. Satin cord, wax cord, the party pink in the lace, and you've got the banana yarn all for half price. £31.50 is what you should be paying, but no, Phil won't have it. AQG C27, your mixed media madness at $14.95. The banana yarn comes in a 95 gram weight skein. And you do loads of that crochet, knit, plait it, Kumihimo it. It's lovely stuff. And it's made out of real silk.
It's beautiful, and it's got
gorgeous.
such a wonderful texture to it as well. And I think that is really important in your pieces of jewellery. So you're mixing and matching things together, like you can mix this with the cords that you've got in this bundle and do a piece of Kumihimo or a piece of Macrame. You have all of that interest by mixing and matching them together.
It's a lovely, lovely bundle, this. $14.95. I love this. I think there's loads that you could try out. If you're not trying soutache yet, please do. I love soutache. I think it's a fantastic medium to be working with. £14.95. AQG C27 is your item code. Use your debit card or your credit card, or if you're shopping on the app, you can click to pay with PayPal. It's up to you. You can give us a call, a tinkle at 0800 644 655. Is a free phone number if you're dialing from a UK landline. Look at all the goodies you're getting. Or you can shop online. It's all the w's.jewellerymaker.com. You will always get a 30-day money-back guarantee, and you'll only pay $2.95 per day for your basket. So you've got a bottomless basket. Load it up, I say. $14.95. Thank you so much for all your company. The fun will continue after the break, where we are going to see Sarah's. Have you finished, Sarah? Do you need to?
No, that's
you finished. You have you? Right, we're still going to see Sarah's wonderful pearl. I have done a request, so she's doing 2 lots. I was like, Sarah, can you make me this? And she's doing it. A QG C27 for this one. So still available. Keep coming for it. We will be back after the break with Sarah and I, and some deliciously wonderful bundles.
Download the JewelleryMaker app today. You can watch our JewelleryMaker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimize the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the JewelleryMaker app today and boost your viewing experience.
The colour of rose quartz ranges from a very tender pale pink to a delicate powder pink, and can be transparent through to translucent. This gem has adorned ornaments and jewellery since ancient times. Known as the gemstone of true love, it's said that rose quartz allows you to get to know your true self and to love that true self in all its beauty.
Spend the day with guest designer Mark Smith making beautiful jewellery using simple macrame techniques but with an added touch of elegance with the incorporation of wire in your designs. Mark will be guiding you through 5 projects: the triple row beaded brangle, herringbone pendant and earring set, Grecian hoop earrings, daisy chain hair comb and wire macrame ring. The course includes a selection of wire, a selection of gemstones, a pack of silver findings, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a visit to our museum, and you can make a visit to the JewelleryMaker shop, all for just $84.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Here at JewelleryMaker, we love seeing your jewellery creations, learning about your inspiration and reading your blogs. If you write your own craft or jewellery blog, then we'd love to hear from you. Simply tweet us at jewellery_maker UK with your blog link and we'll be in touch.
Have you ever wanted to start your own jewellery parties? This is the perfect course for you. Angela Edwards, our experienced Jewellery Maker small business trainer, is here to teach you how to plan, organise and sell through jewellery parties. She will talk you through the basics on how and where to advertise on various types of platforms, how to bring ideas to the table and how to keep your diary full with events. For more information, please contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Do you have a question that you need answering?
Well, did you know you can ask to speak to an accredited jewellery professional in our call centre?
Trained by the GIA, you can ask us any gemological question and we'll do our best to help.
We don't just sell gemstones, we know gemstones.
That's why when you buy from us, you're buying with confidence. Buy your genuine gemstones from genuine accredited jewellery professionals.
We here at JewelleryMaker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with JewelleryMaker FIFO reviews.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting polymer clay accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Join Karen Crawford on a new DVD to JewelleryMaker, Talk Necklace Projects. You'll learn lovely talk necklace designs, such as the freeform talk necklace, colour grading, how to add gemstones, the Aztec weave, and how to add embellishments. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
As of Friday, JewelleryMaker are sending a free gift to everybody that places an order of £35 or more. You'll get a free gift up to the value of £36.45, absolutely free. This offer will be available this weekend from Friday 9 AM until stocks last.
Hello and welcome back. You're watching Designer Inspiration with me, Jenny Cleary, and the gorgeous Sara McAlvin. Her name's McAlvin now. I don't know why. I always call you that, don't I? I've got the longest strand of emeralds, Sarah Alvin. Look at this, and they are absolutely, utterly stunning. Your birth gemstone.
Indeed.
Now, it's not one of your favourites, but it is one of mine. Very regal is emerald. You like to mix it with pearls.
I do, but do you know that strand there? I wouldn't be mixing that with anything. That's just, on its own, an amazing standout strand.
It's proper British racing green, isn't it?
It is.
And I don't think emerald can be seen, even though it's not British. I think it's one of those gemstones that actually represents a lot of the kings and queens of very past times. It's a gemstone that offers, I mean, this particular strand, if you get close to it, you'll see that the quality is quite something. In fact, I'd go as far as saying it was exceptional. Now, no two emerald mines give you the same exact green. Here you have that classic Tudor type of green, that classic green that's going to go with a ruby red And that is exactly what I would put it with. I would put these in gold. I think these have a presence all of their own. They're actually giving me goosebumps. Do you know that? Look at my goosey arms. These are giving me goosebumps. I love this. This happened to a Gemma. I love this. We have got Jan, guest designer, buying these, and you know she sells directly to jewellers, don't you, Jan, my lovely? Gravy. Jan, what are you doing with yours, please, my darling? 25 carats of any precious gemstone is incredible. I would definitely put this with real silver and gold. I don't think you should put it with anything but. And I definitely think you should get these valued. Now, if you ask the call centre, or if you're shopping indeed online, so you don't come through to the call centre, you can click to download your certificate of authenticity, or you can click to have one sent with your item. That's something that you can do during the ordering process. Now, I would recommend that you did that. Look at the clarity of these, because you should get this valued, I reckon. All yours for a shockingly low $39.95. Now, could this be a major profit maker for you at that price tag? You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. Go and get them valued. If you're not skipping and dancing and cartwheeling out there, you can always send it back. Sarah, what a price, what a strand, what a gemstone.
It is amazing. And I would just be using small sections in the front of a neckline piece and making a multiple stranded neckline piece. With a, you know, if you're using a small section, just from sort of almost from, you know, you have like a little nodule here, both sides of your neckline, just that central part, and then some sterling silver chain around the back, and then you probably would have enough to make a central section of a bracelet and a matching pair of earrings, because it's such a long strand.
You've got such a long strand, you're right. I mean, 38 centimetres in any gemstone strand is amazing, but in emerald, at this price tag, hang on a minute, that's like what, £1 a centimetre, £1.10 a centimetre. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. £39.95, that is cray-cray. DQG Z83 Jan, our gorgeous guest designer. What are you going to do with yours, please? Barbara, you've got yours. Eleanor, l'exemple. Margaret, you've got yours. DQG Z83. This really is exceptional value. I really do think that you should get this valued. I absolutely do. And I think you should embrace this for under £40. You've got so much for your money. And could you make money on this? Have you got a big fair coming up? What about Easter? Because I do think that emerald can be reminiscent of Easter. The greens, the luscious greens of the grass coming through, the yellows. Imagine this with some yellow sapphire being exquisite. But what are you going to do with it is the point, isn't it? Now, I have got some luscious peridot. Can I just show you these together? That is a luscious meadow, isn't it? Or when you look up into the hills and they're all different shades of green. Well, I love that. Let me intertwine it. Look at this. Oh my gosh, you know what? That would be my dream bracelet. You know, my favourite colour is green in the whole wide world. I love it. I love that. Does it make you happy when you look at it? Where I live in Hertfordshire is quite flat now. So when I drive to where I call home, Gloucestershire, first thing I notice is all the hills. And I look, and you know what? Of course, I lived on the farm with the big hills, and you just forget that they're there when you've grown up with them, and then suddenly when everything else is flat, every time I go home I'm like, oh, the hills, and I can't wait to get on the top of that hill and look down, and I love it, or ride across the hill, and all the different bumps and the shades. And if you stand on Cleeve Hill in Gloucestershire in Cheltenham, you can look all the way over to the Malverns. It's lovely, and it's amazing because you can see the Malverns in the background, and you know, are they covered in snow at the moment, are they? Now, I just think green is such a glorious colour, and I do think it's reminiscent very much. Now, I'm going to Scotland for the first time next month, as you know, but very reminiscent. If you, it reminds me of when you touch down in Ireland, you see all this lovely green, and it reminds me of when you've been on holiday and you touch down in England and you go, or anywhere in Great Britain really, and you think, oh my gosh, how green is it? Because I used to go to Canada a lot, and it's a different shade of green altogether, and so lush and green that our country is.
It's like when I go home and I go to the Yorkshire Dales. It's just, there's nothing like it. There's just all of those sort of patchworks of different greens coming
that's
together.
what it is, patchwork.
And you get these little spots of white, which are the lambs and the sheep. It's just amazing.
It is, and it's nature and it's wonderful. Now, we've only got 5 of these left whilst I've been chatting, and do you know what, £24.95, this is an exclusive strand of peridot, and it's a very long strand again. It's a 34 centimetre strand. That's my daughter's birth gemstones. It's one that's always going to be close to my heart. First time I became a parent, and I bought Mia some peridot, and I bought her one last week. I bought her a trillion cut peridot ring, and she's worn it every day since. I think these are absolutely beautiful. Absolutely stunning. The brilliance that you get is striking and strong, and I think that you should get this because it's so reminiscent of Easter. I think you should get this because you know it's coming up, and because you know you're going to be creating all those pieces. Fiona in Fife, you've got yours. Julie, you've got yours. In Aberdeenshire, maybe it was just as we were saying, because the Jewellery Maker in Yorkshire, you've got yours as well. And Monmouthshire, of course, very hilly and gorgeous there. Jewellery Maker in Hertfordshire, maybe you're missing the hill. I miss the hills. Although Hertfordshire's very green, there are lots of fields. Three of these left, £24.95. NEYY07. We've only got 3 left, and we've got 7 unchecked baskets, so somebody's going to miss out. Well, quite a few of you are going to miss out, unfortunately. Now, last 2 you've got to check out, or you're going to miss out. Oh, Jewellery Maker in Hertfordshire bought 2. So we roll in hearts, isn't it? Now, let's stay on the greens, shall we? Now, green apatite. I thought this was Russian diopside. I'll tell you something. Green apatite, eh? Oh, that's lovely. Imagine if you bought all 3. I'll show you the different shades of green then, can't I? Now that gorgeous. Now, actually quite emerald green these, aren't they? Look at the depth. Can you see it? Barbara in Gwent, straight in there. Is Gwent quite hilly, Barbara? And you've bought 3 of these apatite. Yes, in Wales, isn't it, Gwent? Mm. Now, green apatite. Luscious deep greens.
It is, isn't it?
Dragon greens.
Oh, yeah.
I love this colour. What would you put it with? Because I would always want to put green with gold. But I'm thinking if you put, again, I'm thinking yellow sapphires or some citrine would just zing, brighten it up, and it reminds you of that morning, that glorious spring morning. Isn't that lovely, Sarah? I haven't got any green apatite, have you?
No, I haven't. I've got the blue, but not green. And I'm just, thinking the 2 together would be absolutely electric if you've got the 2 different apatites. They would be
amazing.
But also, I'm thinking, those rose quartz we had earlier, those really iridescent rose quartz.
The lovely glowy ones.
Yeah, they would look amazing. Or some amethyst, or
I've got some of these wonderful drops here which I just sort of eyed up because I thought they'd look. That's kind of Lord of the Ringsy, isn't it, altogether?
It is.
I can't find anything pink to put them with, Sarah. We've only got 6 of these left. At £14.95, they'll sell out today. Green apatite. I've never owned green apatite, and I'm loving it. I mean, green's my favourite colour, so now I feel like I've been cheating on green. Look at that. I should have every shade, every gemstone, every colour, and this is a Gems of Distinction strand.
That bundle next to you with that pale blue as well in there, with the feathers and
gorgeous.
I just think, look at that blue with that, just gorgeous.
Blue and green, yeah.
Because it's just like the sky and the fields coming together, isn't it, when you do that?
I've got some pink here. I've got Shara's necklace. Let's put some pinkies. I never put pink and green together, and it looks beautiful. You're right.
Any floral tones work so well with that.
Of course they would, wouldn't they?
Yes. I just think you can just put so much with green, and I think people,
because it's in nature.
You can put all your earth tones, your browns and your mochas and your golds and any of your sunset colours work beautifully. They all work.
Oh, look at that together.
There you go.
That does work.
Isn't it zingy?
Yeah, it's lovely that. That again, very summer, isn't it? Kathleen, you've got yours. Jill, you've got yours. Barbara, Rosalind, Heather, Sue. Barbara's got 2. Heather and Sue and Barbara's got 2. Sounded like a little rhyme. Fiona, you've got yours. JewelleryMaker in Merseyside. Jill, you've got yours. Jane in Cornwall has joined us. We've got Rachel Norris talking to Cornwall, haven't we, next Sunday? That's my last DI show. DI show. 1 left. £14.95. Should we have a party on that day? Shall we? I can't. I got to drive home to be with my babies. I can't go out after. Tom says he doesn't want me to go. I don't want to. Now. Oh, that's the one I had in my hand there all along now. Sky blue appetite. Well, let's think. Let's have a little think. Have you ever caught yourself on a very rare day off on the Sun Lounger? You might have a nice gin and tonic with loads of ice, and you might have a Jilly Cooper in your hand, and you might be listening to birds singing, people in distant paddling pools splashing around, the sun beating down on you, and you are warm, and it is gorgeous, and you don't have anything to do. I know it sounds mad, doesn't it? And look up to the sky, and you see blue. But look into that swimming pool, and this is the colour that you see, except this is 100% natural. A lagoon of a blue. I always say this takes me back to my memory of a lagoon, don't I? And it does, it really does.
It is just that sheer natural iridescent blue. And it's just so mesmerising, it just draws you right in. You have to sort of come in and have a real look at this gemstone. And even if you use 1 or 2 of these in designs, they have such impact.
They're a powerful colour.
They are, and people are drawn to them.
Janet is in Powers, is saying, hi ladies, got mine to go with the pearls and make myself a simple ring. Gravy? Love Jan. Love you so much, Jan. She didn't write gravy, I put it in there because she was thinking it. Jan. I love Jan. £17.95 you should be paying for this. And again, Sarah, very long strand.
Indeed. Just, I love using this with antique bronze wire and just having a couple just popping through on an actual wire background. Just actually monofilament them in, or with a fine wire, and just allowing them just to pop. They're amazing.
They are amazing, and at £9.95, just get them. They are so super for your summer collections. Earrings, rings, you can make a gorgeous ring out of these. Imagine that trilogy ring that I keep trying to Chinese burn Alison Terry into making me. Hang on a minute, where's Alison Terry been lately? I'm not in on Friday.
She was in last Wednesday?
Well, I haven't seen her. She mustn't be talking to me. £9.95 GERU09. She will be talking to me. They've separated us again. We're on Wednesday. I should be in on Friday, but I'm not. £9.95. Susan, Barbara, June, Anonymous in West Yorkshire, Julie in Aberdeenshire. You've got yours, GERU09. Oh, I love them. They make you want to sing though. Does it remind you of going on holiday, this strand? And just like diving into fresh water and you're boiling hot, which sounds crazy right now because we're so cold. Look at that. With the pink. It's beautiful. Club Tropicana drinks are free. No, I didn't see the video you sent me, but you sent me the Marmite advert and it made me howl. You know, Martha threw my Marmite out, so there's an advert about neglected Marmite. Phil sent it to me.
I think we've all got a jar of neglected Marmite somewhere.
No, not me. I use it with I get a celery stick, a jar of Marmite, and I'm away. Lovely.
I just put it, big tablespoon. My husband doesn't know this.
Yeah.
He doesn't like the stuff. But every time I make stews and soups and
stir it in.
Straight in. He doesn't know it's in there.
I can't trust a Marmite non-lover. I can't trust you. Do you like Marmite, Matteo? Good, I knew I liked you. Carl, do you like Marmite?
Never tried it.
What?
Get back here right now, young lady. Right now. What do you mean you've never tried it?
Never tried it.
What is wrong with your parents? What do you mean you've never... Why would you not try it?
I don't know.
I can't understand this. Do you like beef crisps?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Do you like beef pot noodles?
Yeah.
You're going to love it. I'm going to introduce you and you're going to fall in love. And I wish I'd never tasted it. I wish I was now getting that moment where I ate it first. Because when you're a baby and you eat, I couldn't wait to give my children Marmite. I was like, oh, are they old enough yet to consume all this? Oh, big crusty bread, toasted, loads of real butter. Don't be messing around with no margarine.
That's it. It's got to be real.
I hate margarine.
Do you know what I do? I get real butter, Marmite, mix it up together, and then when you get the toast out of the toaster, put it straight on, all in one go.
Lovely.
It's lovely.
Lovely.
Not good for the hips, but it tastes good.
Oh, to that. You know what? There's too many synthetic this, that, and the other. Give me something real. Give me a big block of real cheese with no chemicals in it. Give me a big load of butter. Something you want to know what you're eating. All this mishmashed ham that's formed. It's disgusting. Now, don't get me started on Bernard Matthews. Now, here we go. There's no such thing as a reformed turkey. Now, on a lighter note, jewellery makers, black spinel. Black spinel with all its shine and all its glamour. In earring, $10.95 for spinel, and it's not the price. Black spinel, you know what, is more often called a black diamond than a black diamond. Do you know that? What are you doing? What? I was looking for the blue again. I'm not saying anything about that price because that is crazy. Ed McKay and Liam. We are blaming for that. And I've been attacked by my cat, hence the scratches. $6.95, ICR U80. I do love her because she's unpredictable. 11 chances at £6.95, ICR U18. You've got 100 carats. They're 10 by 3 to 15 by 5. There's so much design opportunity right in front of us at this point. Earrings, charms, pendants, rings. You can problem set these into rings. Now listen, these are flying out. There is a queue on the phone lines. Hillary's got 2. Susan, you've got yours. Lisa's got hers. Philippa, Janet, Julie, Anna. Oh, Anna, into a cave of beautiful things. Lisby, you've got yours. Brenda, you've got yours. Janine, you've got yours. Julie, you've got yours. Crikey O'Reilly, we've only got 3 of these left. June's joined us. Oh, June checks straight out. She knows what's going on. Hales, you've got... Oh, check out Hales. Oh, they're gone. They're gone. They're gone. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Have a look at this strand. RMM G49. £6.95. Now, I'm just going to bunch these up because I'm thinking, sorry, I dropped my strand then, which is what all the head shaking was. There it is. I wanted to put it. There you go, look at this. Those together are lovely. £6.95. RMM G49. These are 10 by 9 and they're gorgeous silver pearls. Tiara twists, things like that. Silver pearls are lovely for, I mean, look at the price tag as well. Perfect. Now, Carol had some fluorite earlier and I was saying to her, I haven't had any of these posh strands, so Phil's put some in for me. This is another posh strand of fluorite. Carol launched these. She's getting all of these lovely fluorite strands first. I don't begrudge her. Old preggers. Old pregger. Old preggers. She's going to get herself knocked up again. Now. Oh, she's looking bountiful today. She looks blooming today. Now. She hasn't got that long to go either, God love her. Well, she's got till what, April, I think, so she's quite away. These are completely natural, just like the pregnancy we aforementioned. Look at this. Look at that colour. Look at those stripes. This is a gemstone that can glow from the inside. Beautiful fluorite. And to glow naturally is quite something, isn't it? What makes it glow? What is it? What is it inside it that suddenly makes it glow? I wish I was techie enough to know, but I don't want to know actually. I want it to be magic because you ruin it when you tell me science facts. They glow under incandescent light, but sometimes you'll catch them, you know. I just love this gemstone, but don't you think it's mad? Something that came out of the ground has the ability to glow. Not because we've put batteries in it, not because we've done something, you know, it's natural, it happens. Don't you think it's magic? For all those sciencey head shakers behind me who don't think it's magic, I apologise. Only 15% of minerals have fluorescence in UV light, so this is a special gemstone. I'm quite shocked that it's not much more expensive. Do you know that? £6.95. Well, I thought it was going to be more than that, Philip, didn't I? £6.95. Look at all these glorious colours. Are you a fluorite lover, Sarah?
I am. I absolutely love fluorite. Not only for the fact that it's magic in the way that it does that, but also in the fact that you get such a variety of colour tones, and something about the gemstone that makes me feel happy when I'm with it. I don't know, it's one of those weird ones. Certain gemstones, and because I've worked with so many for so long, certain gemstones give off something. I don't know what it is.
I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you.
Some gemstones really just send out a really happy, positive, warm vibe to me. And it's one of those.
Look at that colour. It's just lovely, isn't it? JDR U67, 11 by 7 to 15 by 8 on a 17 centimetre strand, £6.95. It's just a beautiful gemstone. Beautiful. Crazy price tag, mine. Now, I don't know why I clapped. Cat's eye moonstone. Is it like eagle eye? No. You ever heard of cat's eye moonstone?
No.
I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it at all. Well, I never. Cat's eye moonstone. Is it when Tiger's Eye had a fling with Moonstone? Well, because tigers are cats. Where's the cat come from? What? Get really close, because you'll see it. You'll see it, you'll see it. This is amazing. I'm quite lost for words, Philip. What do we know about cat's eye moonstone? Oh, I'm just seeing a picture of it, and it has that line like a... Look at that. I've never seen it. I never knew it existed. Wowzers. Is it expensive? $6.95. Yeah, oh, it's worth you getting this just to try, see if you love it. I'm going to mix it with the peridot. Look at that, that's lovely. Isn't it lovely? Well, I do love that. I never knew I was going to come across something I'd never seen before today. You think you've seen it all, Tom? You think you've seen it all, and then out Phil pops with his cat's eye moonstones. Well, I never. Well, I never. And look at that, you could do a lovely colour blend. Mark Smith would have a field day. I love it. I love it. It's got great shades to it, Phil, and it would go with everything. Isn't it pretty? It's from Africa, 20 carats. Loads of you in for this one. I'm not. Let me see. Hang on, can you give me back the So it's got the same myth and legend as Moonstone, actually. Seeing on my fertility. Duncan has got 2. These are lovely. Duncan, I'm glad you got these because I wonder what you're going to make them. I wonder what you're going to make with them. Do you know what I think would be lovely? Is a bit of bead looming. Sarah, how would you use these?
I would do a mix of Eslon and those on Kumihimo. I think they would look beautiful, and you would kind of get them to stay in almost that format as well. But also just popping them actually onto wire and creating that sort of twisted neckline piece, which is really just so gorgeous, and maybe just adding a few extra strands of maybe a strand of woven wire through and then wrapping it around inside those spirals would look amazing. They're gorgeous.
I'm massively impressed with this. Not often we're all over. Andrea's got 2, Duncan's got 2, Margaret, Janet, Rosalind, Diane, Julie. Beautiful, well done. I'm so glad you got that. Let's give you your favourite. It's like when I get pudding, isn't it? Every time my son give him his dinner, what's for pudding? As though he was deciding whether he's going to bother eating his whole dinner or not, depending on what's waiting for him at pudding.
Oh, my youngest was devastated because yogurts didn't come home this weekend in the shopping. I didn't do it, and I think his dad's in trouble.
Oh dear. Max is a mad fan of snowballs with the marshmallow. Do you know what I mean? Coconut and chocolate. He loves them. He'll do anything for one of them.
Or even empty the dishwasher.
Oh yeah, he doesn't mind doing that actually. Mia does that though. She's usually done that. She hoovered his room yesterday whilst going, "How can you be this disgusting?" I was like, Mia, either hoover it or don't. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, look at the colour. These are nice, smooth, round, Sarah. So how would you use them? Kind of mermaidy tails, aren't they?
They are. These work beautifully if you just bunch them up and just have them sitting really tightly together. They sort of go one gemstone up, one gemstone down, and if you wire them like that, you can make beautiful cuffs where you actually end up with a really wide statement cuff bracelet. They're gorgeous, and then of course, because you move your hands all the time when you're talking, they get all of that light coming around them. But they work beautifully if you want to put them onto earrings and create like a U shape at the bottom of the earring with 2 pieces of chain either side up to your shepherd's hook, and they just then will catch the light beautifully as you move.
Well, I think that they do need that movement, and I agree with you actually with the clustering of these together. He's coming out with these crazy price tags today, old Phil. $6.95 LXR U92, 80 carats of what has been voted for the 3 consecutive years as your favourite gemstone. You know what to do. You can see why. The Sheila is amazing. And if you don't know what labradorite is, it's a gemstone that it's been made up by lots and lots of layers. And every time the light hits it, it refracts, which means the light just goes dong, 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 and boom, this is all the technical terms I'm using, obviously, just sings with colour at you. And you're like, people think it can't be natural, it can't come out of the ground like that, but it does, it does. $6.95 LXR U92. Hillary's got 3. JewelleryMaker in London's got 3. I wonder if you've both seen the same project in a magazine. I thought, yep, there it is. Gwyneth, you've got yours. Janine, you've got yours. Jessie in New Mexico. Woohoo! Way, she's actually in New Mexico. Jessie, what are you doing? What are you doing? Jessie, yeah, there was a Jessie in Breaking Bad, and that was New Mexico. That's out here now, Jessie, of New Mexico. Lou, Rosalind, you've got yours. Carol, you've got yours. Helen, you've got yours. Send us a text, Jessie. Let us know what New Mexico is like today. Do you think we sound really weird to someone who lives in Mexico? You would like to see the cat's eye moonstone with the silver pearls. Well, you know something. Who would like to see that? Glynis, our lovely Glynis. Of course you can see that, my darling angels. It does. Thanks, Glynis. Thanks for the tip. It does, it does, it does. Looks gorgeous. Labradorite's very popular, by the way. Thelma's got 2. Adele's got hers. Susan's got 2. Loads of you there from all over the place. Wendy, you've got yours. Michelle, you've got yours. Just loads of you. It's lovely to see you. Don't forget to send us a text in. Ali Defoy follows us. I think Ali's got a guest tonight, hasn't she? Sheila on the lake. Oh, you're going to get some lovely classic pieces. £6.95. Ayup, is that garnet? Is it? Ooh, I've never seen this. I've always seen it with marcasite. Garnet. I've just bought some garnet. I told you, for my friend Leanne. It's her birthday coming up the weekend. She's show jumping at the moment. There's definitely no chance that she's watching me. Plus, I make her cringe. Natural, gorgeous garnet. On air. When you live around people all the time and they watch you on telly, it makes them cringe, doesn't it? Do your family think that as well? They're like, I am not watching you.
I know, they just don't, you know, they can't, like, oh, I can't watch myself back though.
No, neither can I. I hate the sound of my own voice. I sound like Henry's cat, I always think. Do you think I sound like Henry's cat? All I can hear when I hear my own voice is rah, rah. Hate it. Now, have a look. They are like berries. Garnet, or garnet as I like to call it, 6mm rounds, 6mm rounds. And these are open links, so you can easily open and close them. And you've got a whole metre. Now it would take rather a long time to wrap or loop together a metre of garnet and your chain, wouldn't it? And it's silver on brass, so real silver on brass. How many garnets do you think you've got on there?
Crikey, there's probably over 100, I would imagine.
Sarah, I think this would make a lovely spectacle chain.
It would. I need one, because I keep losing my glasses.
Oh, you do need one!
Because they're always on top of my head. Or
the rubber jump rings.
Yes.
With these.
Yes.
Job done, Sarah.
Easy.
And I'm not going to talk to you at the moment because you're getting on with your challenge. I can see I'm disturbing you. And then I won't benefit. IEP 037 is your item code. January's birth gemstone. All yours for just £9.95. IEP 037, you've got a metre of it, 0800 644 655, a whole metre of 6mm rounds. Use your debit card, use your credit card. If you're shopping with us, you can also pay with PayPal. Look at that deep, rich red, that's lovely. Isn't it lovely, that red? Oxblood red. Mmm. Wowzers. I love it. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. I love it. Have we got any of those wonderful pearls left that Sarah's actually got a challenge for, or are they all sold out? We've only got a handful left. They were wonderful. Oh, Sarah. Oh, she's got the most amazing necklace. Now, still some of those available, by the way, my loves. I'm a bit creaky there. Sounds like Titanic. Don't let go. Now, it always confuses me, that film. This is lush. Yeah, she did let go. Wow. I actually think I'd just make pendants out of these, actually. Or maybe earrings, but that big one in the centre has got to be a pendant on its own, hasn't it?
Definitely. With just a hint of wire wrapping around that top, I think would just look amazing. I wouldn't want to cover up too much of the gemstone. I would just want just a tiny hint. But I think you could take a couple of the smaller ones, and if you wanted to, you know, make a stylized dragonfly wings, or, you know, pop them into one of those, you know, the sort of gizmo wire piece, and actually put those in and let the gizmo wire come over them and hold them into a piece, and sort of create a really quite a modern styled piece with them, but actually having those beautiful shapes in there.
I think this is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful strand. I actually think it looks like the earth cracking and seeing underneath, not orange lava, but green lava. Get really close to these. Have a look. Do you see what I mean? They're kind of like really, especially this one here. Do you see what I mean? It's like really powerful. I love when I see things in gemstones. I think that's wonderful. I went into a cave in France and they'd lit it up and the water was like green, and then they turned all the lights off. It was amazing.
It's so scary when they turn all the lights off, though.
Yeah, but the water was lit,
yeah.
So it was actually incredibly beautiful, but it's incredibly cold at the bottom, and the air pressure's weird, isn't it?
It is.
So it kind of reminds me of the dramatics of that. BUR, U92, should be £14.95, but we're not staying there. We're going to take the price tag. You're going mad. Phil says he's gone mad. I agree. £9.95. You've gone mad, Phil. You've gone mad. Someone giving him meat. £9.95. BUR U92. Lots of you there. It's wonderful to have your company. Following myself is the wonderful Ali Defoy and the incredible Sheila. We'll be taking you through until 9 o'clock with some classic designs as always. Always something classy. Cheryl, you've got yours. Nanetta, Lisa B, you've got yours. Make sure you are checking out baskets. It's an incredible price tag. It's the lowest price tag you've ever seen for this strand. Beautiful bi-coloured chrysoprase. JewelleryMaker in Merseyside. Liz, you've got 2. Blanca, you've got yours. Make sure you are checking out their mind or you're going to miss out. Now, my love hearts. Give me the blues. I know a certain lovely producer named Dion that would... Do you remember one time, just everything in the whole show was blue? I was like, is it a blue theme day? She's like, no, just pick what I liked. Everything was blue. Funny how we get attached to certain colours, isn't it?
It is. I'm very attached to my floral tones.
What's your favourite colour, Mateo? Red. Coral, what's your favourite colour? Is it coral?
No, blue.
Blue. Mine's green. What's yours, Phil? Red, says Phil. That's a very boy colour. And you, Tom? Sunset orange. Oh. Look at these. Sunset orange. Phil's taking the right Mickey out of Tom for saying that. Phil is funny, isn't he, Tom? Because he really does make me laugh with the things he says. Can he be in our sitcom? Look at this. Look at that colour. Do you know what, Philip? You've chosen very well, because I actually think those would loom up beautifully. And he says, I am completely aware of how good this bundle is. It is lovely. Beaded Kumihimo.
Yes, definitely.
Well, you are blowing your own trumpet today, love. Now, £16.85 is what you should pay. You've got gorgeous sodalite rounds. You've got wonderful coated pyrite and lapis lazuli as well. They're all 4mm. No, they're all 3mm. £9.95 for all three of these. £9.95 for the lapis alone is actually a very competitive price tag. But we're giving you the coated pyrite. I love these together. They're kind of denim jeansy, and everyone can wear these. Phil is completely aware of how wonderful this bundle is to all you jewellery makers out there, he says. What about putting it with some aqua tones? It's lovely, that, isn't it? £9.95. Well done to everybody. NOG C28. It's lovely to see all your names. Susan, Sandra, Cheryl, jewellery maker in West Yorkshire, in Louth, and Avril, and Gemma. Oh, Gemma! Sue, Iris, jewellery maker in West Yorkshire. Oh, there's loads of you. It's lovely. Oh, I love it. It means we're not on our own. Morag in Gloucestershire. Whereabouts, indeed? By the way, every time someone in Gloucestershire, I want to know exactly what street you live on. Because someone, oh, well, we all kind of know. Everyone's sort of linked, aren't they, in the shires? Don't know anyone called Morag, I don't think. I've got Maureen in County Fermanagh. Lindsay's joined us from Greater Manchester. We're going to do the feather bundle now. Still some of those available. Feather bundle, feather bundle. Backwards on a pig, feather bundle. Remember that song, Sarah?
Yes.
You've seen that baby monkey thing?
I have.
Oh, I loved that at the time. Did you?
Yeah.
Sarah, have you used these feathers? Sorry, you were just about to get up then, weren't you?
That's okay. I'll just quickly grab that. I haven't used those ones. I've used the ones,
the other ones.
the ones that have got the findings pre-attached to them. I've used those.
I haven't even seen. Oh, yes, I have seen those.
Yeah.
Oh, well, these are amazing. For me, this is a fascinator feather, really, more than anything.
Gemma did the most amazing fan-shaped design with these, wire working the bottom of them, and it just was...
What was it?
I think she did one that was a business card holder, was like a large peacock behind it, with a peacock in front with the feathers behind. Then she did another one which I think was a headpiece or a neckline piece. It's lovely.
Well, I haven't seen that. I must see it.
Yeah.
So you've got all these feathers. Do you have a pack of 10 feathers? They're really soft and they're real feathers. I think they're dark. Then you've got satin cord. And look at these. Massive aqua blue quartz. Now, I'm a big fan of those. They're very 1950s, that colour. Especially with the blue. That's very 1950s, Philip. Were you looking at Hannah Osborne whilst creating this? He actually was. Yeah, I knew it. It's very 1950s and she's such a 50s chick. I love that, Philip. Well done. Should be £11.85, but you're shopping live. That rhymed. STGC73, are you on the app? Are you on the web? Are you on the phones? Because you're only paying £6.95. Whatever you do, do it quickly. Things when we give you such great savings, they do tend to fly out. There's a pocket money price tag, isn't it? You've got those huge 14mm rounds. You've got 10 metres of the aqua blue satin cord, and you've got a pack of 10 gorgeous feathers. Love it. This is very flapper girl, Philip. Yeah. Yeah, darlings. Yeah, but that is 1920s. So I'm saying, oh, it's very 50s, and then I'm saying about flapper girls. You're right, as always, Tom. It does span across the decades, Tom. Thanks for your use of the English language. STGC73, look at that. Loads of you in for this one. We'll be catching up with Sarah soon. But before that, we've got time to squeeze another one in, haven't we, Phil? You reckon we'll get 2 in? I'm going to choose, Philip, if you don't mind. And I'm going to choose these aquamarine. Hi. Swam. I want to draw your attention in particular. There's about 4 pieces on here that I actually think could be in a top-end jewellers. Look at that one in the centre. Look at the clarity. Can you see it? This one here. Wow. Look at that. Look at that colour. It's amazing. Now, aquamarine is March's birth gemstone. Aquamarine is a gemstone that is said to bind to marriage, reignite the flames of love. It's a lover's gemstone. It's a gemstone we see surrounded by VSI diamonds in some of the highest priced jewellers. What's he going to do? Something crazy. Hang on a minute. You've got 70 massive carats. 70 carats. $14.95 is not even your price tag for March's birth gemstone, a gemstone that is like the St. Christopher of gems, and it's in a queue to become it's next in waiting to become a precious gemstone at $9.95. Get it in your collection. Please get it valued. I think it'll be so worth getting valued, don't you? £9.95 0800 644 655 AKRU 57 is your item code. 5x3 to 9x4 on a 23cm strand. Fiona in Gloucestershire, you've got yours. Well, we are clever folk from there. Elaine in Aberdeenshire, Miss Janet and Jennifer, you've got yours. Jem, you've got yours. AKRU 57. Loads of you flying in for this one because it's such super duper value. Look at the fact that these are rondelles as well, because rondelles are very versatile. You can put them in between other gemstones, you can put them straight into a stretchy, you can use one as a charm. There's loads you can do. Danny, have you seen my picture of baby Jenny versus baby Max? Would you like to see? Yeah. Look how weird this is. Baby Jenny versus baby Max. The same child, but it's not.
You're the same age?
About the same age, yeah. Look how small my forehead used to be there as well. Yeah, maybe I should go back for that look. Is it creepy that we're so similar? I look like a boy, so I was a tomboy then. Yeah, I was always, listen, if you'd have seen, I'd have had stuff all over my knees, probably had a football kit on. Do you think that's weird, Tom? Fulcher? Dork, sorry. Weird. Maybe I cloned him by accident. I'm always doing that. Kathleen, Sharon, Jackie, you've got yours. Melanie, Joyce, Jennifer. No, I didn't have to carry that myself. My son put it in my bag this morning. I didn't know until I got it. And I was like, he's put all these photographs in my bag, which I thought was cute. Now, oh yes, Alice here. Is it true that your rabbit sleeps with you? Well, where does it sleep then? You cage it? I thought it was a house rabbit to roam free, like the prince of your house. Only when you're there. He will eat the cables. You're right. You are a responsible pet owner. Thank you, Ali Defoy. Sleeps on the couch with us sometimes. Now, we're going to give you some more bronzite. You had that wonderful, wonderful cabochon earlier. So we're going to give you some gorgeous bronzite flowers now. I am going to be stealing the challenge today, Philip. You are all right with that, correct? This is Italian bronzite. Totally natural, gorgeous. I've fallen in love with bronzite all over again because of that cabochon from earlier, and it's only £6.95. These are going to make wonderful cufflinks, brilliant little accents in bracelets and necklaces, and because they're flowers, and we are moving into, believe it or not, springtime soonish, I think these are going to be quite fitting. And again, I would put these with peridot. Made me want to sing Morning Is Broken, that. I won't though, I'll spare you. They'd be lovely with those leaves that we had earlier. £6.95. Now it's time to go over and see that lovely lady. I like your shoes, Sarah.
Thank you.
See them earlier. We'll take me photos with us, because otherwise Ali Defoy will be thinking, what's going on? He's put a whole collection of himself in here. Come on over. And I'm down here because I've taken my shoes off. That's all right,
That's
isn't
okay.
it? You're all right with that?
Yes.
Well, I'm loving Sarah because I'm going to be taking the earrings and the necklace. I'm just going to wear, actually, that. Maybe the bracelet too. I love these pearls. They look so expensive.
I have a jeweller's near us that sells pretty much only pearls.
Yeah.
And the prices in their windows are, you know, you take a sharp intake of breath when you look at them. And they look no different to those. And I've seen, I mean, I'm sure they're probably hand-free dived and all the rest of it. But I've seen a strand very similar to that in their window, and it was double figures on the thousands. So it was, you know, it was sort of family car sort of priced for a necklace.
Wow.
Yeah, and it, honestly, that's the sort of look you can achieve from these.
You've used those new style earring findings. It's only good. Well, Tom, I had to take them. Sorry. It's only right that I should wear those as well.
Yes, definitely. Oh, you shall go to the ball.
Do I look like cinders or what?
It's just, you know, just having that extra little bit of a fight, you know, the spacer on there, just to move.
Them. Look at these pearls, $39.95. Now we're very, very, very limited, and I mean very. Can I emphasise that anymore? Matching bracelet. Don't mind if I do.
I just see something a little bit more contemporary with the cabochon there and using some of them in that neckline piece, but it shows you can mix and match them as well with your other gemstones.
I love it. I love it. Well done. And yes, using the cabochon with the necklace, love it. And you know what? Classic. You could sell this for about 60 quid.
Oh, and more. And more. I mean, that piece, just that on its own, that neckline piece, I think if you paid less than £100 for it, at home I would have used sterling silver with it. But you'd pay still, even with plated.
We gotta go. Sorry, I'm just. I'm so sorry. Love you, love you. Here's Sheila and the gorgeous Ali. We're talking.
JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away. We know you need the right tools for the job, so until the 31st of January, we'll be offering the large toolkit for the price of our small toolkit at a fantastic $9.95. Just type in the on-screen code on the website or ask for it to be added onto your order from our helpful call centre team on 0800 644 655. Grab this offer while stocks last.